To you that will be on YouTube, and we'll bring them up.
All right, sounds great.
So, hello everybody. Hello to Meta Day today. I will be co-hosting with Faith here. Hello everybody, Faith. I think you're muted.
Yes, I am, and I said we are live. And
Oh
that's
yeah.
a yes. Why didn't hear me?
And
welcome everybody.
Welcome. Our first guest is Joshua Dan, who's a computer scientist and mathematician and the executive director of MetaGov, a decentralized research community of scholars from a wide variety of fields, researching and building tooling for the governance of our digital pluriverse, let's say. Josia is here today to present about one of the numerous initiatives in MetaGov called DAO Star, which is focused on a DAO standard for membership and search. So Joshua, want to share a bit about MetaGov first in general before going into DAO Star?
Yeah, sure. Hi, folks. Thanks for having me here. Yeah, MetaGov is a nonprofit, as what is mentioned, that builds standards and infrastructure for online governance. So we work with a lot of different entities, from online games to social networks to DAOs and blockchains in particular, to basically improve self-governance in those communities, or to at least make it possible for those communities to govern themselves, to build their own institutions, which is what, of course, brought us to the DAO space, because it's really just a wonderful group of people who are all extremely engaged and interested in building those institutions, building new forms of governance on the internet.
And seems like you have amassed a great team of people, very interesting scholars.
Yeah, I'm by far the least qualified person there. So
don't be too hard on yourself, Joshua. So with that out of the way, we can go into DAO Star.
Okay, I guess
You have some slides?
maybe I should, yeah, I'll share my slides.
All right.
1 second. All right. All right. Hopefully you guys, folks can see this.
Good.
All right, wonderful. Well, let's get this party started. Thanks again for having me here. I'm Josh from MetaGov. And the future of DAOs is fragile. Use cases are immature, and as we all know, business models are, let's say, like optimistically still being tested. 4 years of competition and experimentation in this ecosystem have led to, well, fragmentation and a lot of uncertainty. Another way of putting it is that DAOs are far, far from challenging the Death Stars of Web 2. That's why, as part of DAOstar, this organization, we've assembled an alliance of over 70 key organizations in the DAO ecosystem to build new interoperable standards for all DAOs. Now, this group of DAO builders and developers includes folks like Moloch, Gnosis, Aragon, Compound, Snapshot, Gitcoin, Orca, OpenZeppelin, and a bunch of others that you see there. And we've been working intensely for the past several months to produce the DAOstar standard, namely EIP 4824, an API standard for DAOs. What is that exactly? So for developers, DAOstar specifies a DAO URI and a JSON LD schema akin to token URI for NFTs. And we all know how token URI is actually incredibly useful for producing and allowing people to actually interact with NFTs. Now, almost all DAOs already publish data off-chain for a variety of different reasons. And honestly, as part of my job, I learn more reasons every day. But this standard specifies a consistent way to do that, to publish that data following existing best practices. For DAO creators, upgrading to DAOstar means that your DAO will be easier to discover through aggregators like DeepDAO, Masari, or Etherscan, more legible to potential and current members, and ultimately more compatible with tooling like Snapshot, Tally, Disco, or Govern, whose founders all were very active in the development of the DAOstar standards. And just to show you that it's not all talk, so some key contributors from Moloch Mystics and MetaGov recently put together a live reference invitation for Moloch v3. So there's actual data coming in and out. And we're working with folks from Aragon and D.org to produce subgraphs and additional reference implementations for Aragon DAOs and for Gnosis Safes. But maybe you might have a question like, what are the use cases? Oh, it's nice to talk about interoperability and data publishing. So I want to share here a practical preview what something like EIP 4824 actually enables and why interoperability is important. So the example involves actually a new working paper that we are close to publishing. And I would just encourage you to go to DAOstar.org or DAOstar.one. That's O-N-E. And you can see a preview of this new working paper. But long story short, what it does is it builds an attestation framework on top of EIP 4824. And what this framework allows you to do is it enables kind of like a very typical use cases like Web3 profiles and CVs in an interoperable way that connects all the different Web3 profile and CV services that are starting to come around. So how does that work? So effectively, what we do is we extend EIP 4824 with schemas and models for this key use case of Web3 CVs. If you understand what attestations are and what EIP 4824 is actually doing, essentially what EIP 4824 is doing is saying DAOs should be able to publish attestations about their own membership or their own data about themselves, right? So these are attestations coming from the DAO. For a given member of a DAO, they may be interested in publishing, information about themselves. Like, this is what I did at the DAO. This is how I participated. This is how I participated across a number of different DAOs, right? So this is traditionally how we think about a CV. A CV is just a certain kind of self-attestation. Now, there are also issuer attestations. This is a special class where maybe it's some sort of third party like Disco or Govern or Tally or even Snapshot that are publishing information about the DAOs, but also about like how will the members interact with DAOs, right? These are usually trusted services, usually by the DAOs themselves. But like, how do we know that the DAO actually trusts them, or this is the right thing? Like, this becomes a kind of a question that we would like to be able to verify or attest to. And finally, there are peer attestations. So these are attestations where you're in a DAO and other people, let's say like you're in a coordinate of some sort, right? And other people, your peers in the DAO, are attesting to your performance, to your contributions, or to just other things about you, right? So these are 4 common models for attestations. And what the new working paper does is it organizes them and synthesizes them and tries to deal with the fact that, underlying all this, there's like tons of different DAOs, tons of different third-party issuers, and tons of different identity services that need to be sort of like integrated for all of them. So this is but the point is all the attestations need to be unified in order to produce something like a consistent Web3 CV that will sort of follow you across all these different services. So anyways, that gives you kind of hopefully one practical use case for how EIP 14.4 / the DAO standard is being used currently. And I'll just mention that a group of us, I don't know if anybody is in New York City for NFT NYC and DAO NYC, but a group of us from Avenue, Govern, Disco, Moloch Mystics, and MetaGov are meeting this week in New York City to go over some of the initial experiments for this. So if you are in New York City, please find us and love to chat. So lastly, just go on about the upgrade process. So upgrading is designed to be as easy as possible. So if you have an existing DAO, what we've done in this standard is we've specified an API manager contract, which is kind of reminiscent of mutable NFTs that you can deploy. And we're building in a factory contract that you can call with your DAO to deploy this API manager contract. The point is you'll be able to, like, with your DAO contract, interact with this API manager, this factory contract, and it'll automatically take care of everything. Eventually, in the future, what we're hoping to do is work with existing DAO frameworks to deploy these DAO contracts or API manager contracts automatically whenever a new DAO is deployed. So it's essentially just you roll a new DAO, and it just comes with all this extra interface that allows you to deploy this API, deploys this API for you, and automatically kind of like auto integrates things like Tally or Snapshot or Oracle or services that need to be built on top of an API, and also automatically distributes your information or publishes the DAO to services like Masari and Etherscan and DeepDAO. Once again, things that require some sort of API interaction. So yeah, that's basically the end of the presentation. If you're interested in adopting the DAO standard or joining the roundtable, just come talk to us. I'm Josh at metagov.org. You can also there are a bunch of forums, kind of ways of interacting at DAOstar.org. We also have grant opportunities, and this is a good reminder to myself to thank our many, many different funders who are making this possible, including the Ethereum Foundation, Radical, Gnosis DAO, Aragon, Metacartel Ventures, Near, Moloch DAO, and Gitcoin for their support. We have an dedicated engineering team to help you onboard into this and to kind of explore with you how, what are the use cases for publishing data for a given DAO. And finally, just help us, join us on these community calls. They happen every Thursday or every other Thursday to build public goods and sort of interoperable standards for the entire ecosystem. And with that, that is the end of my presentation. Thanks, folks.
Thank you, Josh. This is right off the bat something very valuable as a contribution to this space, and it's something that was especially for organizations and individuals who have been around DAOs, who have been in this bridges, connecting them, trying to formalize them, and even trying to legitimize the DAO as an entity, as an organizational entity that can have the legal standards that a traditional business has, or even to actually make it philosophically, let's say, an entity. This is, I think, a step towards that direction. And I was also reminded right now of something you said while in Amsterdam in the round table about open problems in DAO science. And it was a problem that you brought up about. And I'm paraphrasing you. It's probably something along the lines of how could I airdrop a token in every DAO in existence? And this stuck to me because it seems like doesn't seem very deep at first, but the more you think about it, it's a very foundational problem. And would you say that the development of the DAO standard resolves this problem? And what would needs to be done in order to go towards that direction?
Yeah, so on this problem specifically, so this kind of question came up in the kind of roundtable, in these kind of discussions, because we're thinking, how do we kind of incentivize people to adopt this standard and actually publish this data? And one of the thought ideas is like, oh, maybe you just like airdrop something. This is a very common tool in our ecosystem. We're probably not going to do that, but still, like, it results produces like a really interesting question, right? For us, in terms of like, okay, let me respond kind of like to a couple of sort of the things you brought up. One is like around this like question of legitimacy, and to us, like that's very much a matter of like, is really tied to this question of legibility. And sort of the use cases for this initial, for like EIP 4824, not even talking about the attestations framework that I recently kind of like just went into, but just originally like EIP 24, it was entirely to make DAOs more discoverable and more legible. And this is incredibly important. Just like something that like gets mentioned to me all the time is that there are investors out there who are thinking of like investing into these DAOs, or investing in the teams that are building them, or investing directly into the tokens. And the problem for them is like they have no idea what is going on inside these DAOs. It's really hard to see inside, these entities, and sort of say, hey, I want to participate, or I want to sort of put money in there, right? So this applies to both investors and to sort of potential members. And the point of this EIP, or this this standard, is to help DAOs make themselves more transparent, if they want to. Obviously, this is all voluntary. But have a consistent way so they can say, hey, this is what I'm actually doing. This is how my governance works. This is my membership. This is my some sort of marker of my activity, right? That this just like doesn't really exist right now. You can see that for like different services trying to do what they can to sort of like deal with the volume of DAOs that are coming in online all the time and try to publish some information there. But it's like it's a very ad hoc process. And it's often like only supports specific frameworks, or different frameworks support their own UIs. So like, like Compound has a bunch of supporters, but like it's the same true for things like, like One Hive Gardens. I don't know. And the point here is that, try to make all that tooling and all that legibility more accessible. And as part of that, of making things more legible, is of course, if we know that the DAO exists, we can actually, airdrop them a token. And this gets kind of complicated because, like it's kind of hard sometimes to tell the difference between like just a regular old smart contract and a DAO. Or another way of saying this is that many smart contracts that don't look anything like the factory contracts that we're used to, like Gnosis Safes or Aragon DAOs or Moloch DAOs, they actually can be DAOs. I work with very like custom one-off DAOs all the time that are like really like most of the code is dedicated to like supporting some like maybe NFT process or some DeFi thing, but then there's like sort of this governance piece attached to it that makes it effectively into a DAO, right? So how do you find all these? And I think the way we sort of like come down to this is make the interface truly as minimal as possible. Just have them like, okay, these contracts, all they need to do is interact with this API managed contract, It'll publish this thing. Hopefully the contract will be indexed, so you can just see like where all the DAOs that are sort of publishing data and publishing themselves as DAOs. And then essentially it's a kind of like a voluntary buy-in framework for sort of annotating whether you're a DAO or not. And once you have that index, you can airdrop them because you have the contracts. Anyways, that's like long convoluted answer. And it gets actually even more complicated if you actually think like the mechanics of like getting this airdrop together and like verifying things. But yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I can imagine how it can get very complicated, and it's the start of a whole research program, you could say, on DAO attestations and verifiability, and giving them a status that they exist. And one thing that came to my mind. And it's I think an issue. I don't know if you have tackled with this issue, is the death of a DAO, let's say, or the an organization stopping to exist or stopping its operations. Is this accounted in the API itself, or is it something external that has to be adjusted by the DAO standard that each DAO adheres to, like Moloch or DAOs?
Yeah. Actually, this is something that currently DAOstar has really been focused on, like developing this API standard, because it's essentially like we got together all the frameworks, Compound, Aragon, Gnosis, Moloch, Tribute, etc. And the thing that everybody said that we all needed was like this kind of API standard, because like it's something that was like very annoying. There are all these common names, and DAOs need to do this, right? And we've so far not really tried to impose standards on like the contracts themselves, because there's just so much variation in DAOs right now, and it's hard to like. I think there's like a lot of innovation and experimentation that still needs to happen before we get to the point where like we're really standardizing like a lot of this. But I do think actually this would be quite exciting to sort of like come together as an ecosystem and come up with like, for any given DAO or any given framework, you should include like a death clause or some sort of death function, or like, just like some ability to like, I'm gonna like get rid of all the money, exit the members, and close this DAO. Because I don't know if you're familiar with like the practice of ending a company. Suppose a company, you start a company, like you're building widgets, and for whatever reason, people don't really want to buy your widgets. And then you have all this like, stuff that you built, IP, things like that. And that's all with the company. But how do you end this company? It's actually like quite complicated. And they're like, you need to get special lawyers involved. And it's like, on top of like not having a successful company, you need to like spend 6 months of your life ending this thing and like winding it down. And yes, we could definitely do that better, and find a kind of like more automated, interoperable way of just saying like this is a standard way of like winding down a DAO, which I think would be great.
Yeah, I guess so. Winding down a DAO specifically would be way easier because of the lack of bureaucracy involved. I don't know if that's going to change, and I don't know how much this is a part of the actual. And I don't know in a traditional sense, in traditional business, I don't know how much this is of a factor that makes it so complicated to end a business as a legal entity. But yeah, I guess.
Well, it kind of has to do with the ownership and the processes, right? Like X is owned by a company, but you might have like existing contracts with other entities that there are obligations entailed there. There is like the actual sort of act of dissolution, which is something needs to be maybe like registered with the state, right? So these are like some of the reasons why it's complicated. Yeah, they are simpler in DAOs potentially, but not if it's just like there's no contract, there's no like function there for actually like winding it down, right? It's like a lot of DAOs you see today are just like intended like, oh, these are going to just like run forever on the chain, and like it gets kind of complicated about like what happens to this. Like, it's still like an active contract, but we're like erasing it, or even we're just migrating from this contract to something else, right? There's like, there are sort of like patterns for these kind of like contract upgrades or migrations that people are still like. This is one of the earliest things. So last October that we started talking about, which is people were asking, we were discussing like, prioritization in terms of what should go into the standard. And one of the things that was fairly high up was like just migration patterns for DAOs, as in like if you want to go to not just a new contract, but maybe you want to like switch frameworks, right? How does that work? How do you go from, let's say, a Gnosis Safe to a Tribute DAO, or go from Compound to, I don't know, for whatever reason, you might want to devolve down to a Gnosis Safe or something like that, right? You can see like these are one example of like these DAO to DAO interactions, like migrations, that people have been talking to about for a while. And one of the things that people who are listening to this might be interested in checking out the recording from ETH Denver / Shelling Point, in which Isaac, who's one of the sort of key authors of the EIP, was talking about his experience, manipulating or setting up these DAO interactions between Moloch DAOs and Gnosis Safes using kind of like this minion framework.
Yeah, the issue of migration is probably something that has been very problematic for a lot of organizations. And in metagame, we have faced it too when we wanted to spin up Polygon Safe, for example, and actually change the frameworks that we were registered as a DAO before, and had to go through all this complicated processes. It's certainly something where there's not a predefined flow that helps people, that helps the struggle of migration. And speaking of metagame and our organization, I don't know if you're familiar with the product / platform that we're building, MyMeta, which aims to be like a sort of decentralized LinkedIn, where it is data rich and it's based on decentralized identities and profiles, where you can state your skills, state previous experience, and also be able to find other people who have some similarity with your own background and your own skills and your own personality even. And the issue of DAO membership, because it's something that we try to showcase on a platform, has been a very important issue. It has been very hard to actually showcase DAO membership. And it seems like DAOstar is like setting us free from these concerns, and it's probably the solution we have been looking for. So that's very interesting.
Yeah, this is I didn't not heard of this before, but this is amazing. I love it. And I'll just say, yeah. So, what makes we actually support a lot of folks that are, there are a lot of companies right now trying to build essentially this version of Web3 profiles and CVs, and a lot of communities, obviously metagame trying to do it for themselves. And there are we have a very fast growing Telegram chat where we're basically, there's a working group that's focused specifically on this. Like everybody's trying to build some version of Web3 CVs, but they all need to essentially consume the same data, but they should be, right? So DAOstar, that's exactly what DAOstar is kind of there to do, to enable them to consume similar pools of data as well as each other's data in a kind of consistent way, so that we can support better versions of all these you describe it as kind of like LinkedIn, but a not boring LinkedIn, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's how we sell it.
Yes. Yeah, you guys should join the Telegram.
What's the Telegram called?
It's called Voyager Identity. I'll post it at the chat. But yeah, I would say just maybe a question
And
for you guys.
sorry, just to know, you can also go to our Discord server, and there's a channel where you can share all these links, all these cool links that you have with us.
Absolutely. What I'll do is maybe one question I have for all the folks in Metagame that might be listening to this or watching this is, what kind of data does Metagame itself want to publish, right? So this is something I've been trying to figure out because, as far as DAOstar, we interact with a lot of DAO tooling companies, right? People trying to build services for DAOs, as well as like many of them are also DAOs themselves, right? Like Metagame. The thing that we want to sort of learn more about is like, given where DAOs are now, and maybe a little bit like where they want to be, what kind of data do they want to publish, right? Because I know like what the DAO tooling companies want the DAOs to publish, right? But what do the DAOs themselves want to publish? And this is kind of an open question for everybody listening in. I'd love to hear your responses or ideas, whether in the chat or just message me at josh@metagov.org, and love to sort of like start a conversation there.
This issue, this is definitely something that we have been thinking ourselves, because there are the infrastructure is there for being able to store a great amount of data and to actually have it be more permanent through Ceramic Network and Arwave and Web3 storage and all this cool tooling. But yeah, the big issue is what do you want to know about people and how to connect them? So yeah, this is probably a conversation that can keep on going, and probably something that we 30 minutes won't do justice to it. So thank you, Josa, for letting us know of this tool that we all need, basically.
Thanks for having me.
All right. And okay, look who we have here. We have in our room the blockchain socialist.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. What's
Thanks
going on?
Nothing much. Just ready to talk about anarcho-cynicalism.
Do you have something to present, or is it more conversational? What's the vibe?
Yes, so I have a presentation with
right.
some slides that hopefully I can get through all. I think I need to just share my screen. It's here. Right.
Oh, wow.
Is it working?
Yeah, you went full in on the aesthetics, huh?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I got the date wrong, but yeah, it's fine.
No worries. Okay. With that out of the way, you can jump right in.
All right. Thanks a lot for having me. So yeah, today I'll be talking about DAOs and its connections to sort of lesser known political tendency called Anarcho-Cynicalism that was more popular in the earlier 1900s. And in case you don't know me, I'm the blockchain socialist. I have a podcast and a blog where I talk about this type of stuff. It's very niche intersection of left politics and crypto, Web3, whatever you want to call it, blockchain world. I talk about these things. I have also at the same time just quite a few other projects. So I have a sort of you can call it a DAO maybe, but we call it a cooperative called Breadchain Cooperative. Also filming a documentary about crypto. So you may have seen me in person around walking in the various conferences, ETH Lisbon, ETH Amsterdam. And I'm also writing a book about blockchain and the left with Repeater Books in the UK, which I haven't announced really in public, but I'm also doing that as well.
Excited for that one.
Yeah. And so this whole idea around DAOs and anarcho-syndicalism, it started with just a tweet that I made over a year ago, it now looks like, where I was sort of noticing a bit of like this strange discourse going on with DAOs, where it was getting ironically very, very close to similar ideas that anarcho-syndicalism sort of advocates for. But it was through this like weird mix of, to be honest, in my opinion, a bit corporate jargon and sort of like internet slang mixed in. So it's a very strange thing. And I think like at the same time, not really many people knew that much about anarcho-syndicalism. And so after a little bit of time, I entered into the right race, it was called, through Mirror. And I was voted in to be a member. Now you can do it for free, but back then you had to do the Mirror race. And I published my article called DAOs, Anarcho-Syndicalism in a Digital World. And so this is where I started exploring and sort of detailing out what are the connections between DAOs and this political tendency. And so what exactly is anarcho-syndicalism? So Noam Chomsky very quickly summarized it as basically a system where, or a federated decentralized system of free associations incorporating economic as well as other social institutions. And so that may sound like very abstract and very strange at first, but we'll go deeper into what that is. But whenever you're talking about anarcho-syndicalism, I think the most sort of interesting part about it to understand is sort of the history behind it and sort of real life movements that happened under the banner of anarcho-syndicalism. And so the most popular example was the Spanish Civil War, in which the country was sort of going through this change where they had had a monarchy for a very long time. People were getting fed up with it, and they were moving towards a republican form of government that basically reduced the power of the monarchy, and also a lot of people having this idea that maybe we could actually remove the monarchy itself as well. And so during this time, a republican government was formed. These were not Republicans in terms of like, I don't know, your American Republican Party, or and neither Republicans were necessarily like socialists or communists or anything else like that. They tended to be maybe they could be considered liberal or something like that. But one of the more famous aspects of this period was then soon after a civil war started, where the conservatives or the nationalists, or really the fascists who were supported by fascist Italy and Nazi Germany, had started a military campaign to take back over the country and revert back to sort of like holding its conservative principles, and usually very religious and had a lot of power with the Catholic Church, and it was about bringing back the power of the monarchy. And one of the more famous people on the other side of this war, so the anti-fascist side of the war, which was sort of like a collection of different political camps. It included communists, it included Republicans, and it included the anarcho-syndicalists. And so part of the anarcho-syndicalist group was Buenaventura Durruti. And so he was a very famous guy. During this time, he had led his own sort of a regiment. So he had several hundred men under him and women who would go out and fight against the nationalists, against the fascists during the Spanish Civil War. And eventually, unfortunately, he died, and there was a very large funeral around his, there was a very large funeral in Barcelona. So it was particularly popular in Catalonia. And so what happened during this time, especially in Catalonia, called anarchist Catalonia, people took up arms. Everyone was sort of part of the fight. It was very much dominated by the anarchists, or the anarcho-syndicalists, which came out of sort of this coalition of unions, so the CNT FAI, in which the FAI was the more anarchist group of them. And so it's a really famous civil war. George Orwell fought in it famously. He wrote his Homage to Catalonia, which is a book before he wrote in 1984. Also, ironically, he was a socialist, although a lot of conservatives like to pull him out as quoting for fears about communism or something else like that. But he fought on the communist side of the war. And so also during this time, there was I think it was 75% of the workforce in Catalonia had been taken over by the workers. And so through the unions, which many people were a member of, they took over their places of work, where they expropriated the property essentially of the capitalists that had owned the factories and the businesses before, a lot of them, at least the bigger ones, and they had put it under worker control. And so cooperatives were like a really big aspect of this civil war, and sort of the vision of what they wanted the country of Spain, or at least Catalonia, to become. And so Anarcho-Cynicalism was created by this guy named Rudolf Rocker. He's a German philosopher. And basically, Anarcho-Cynicalism prioritizes building workers, unions, and going into direct action. So it's not about going through electoral politics in which you try to vote in your socialist or anarchist party. Instead, it's about going out there and trying to create the world that you want to live in through direct action, through unionism. And the point of that is to, from the base of worker unions, create federations of worker councils as the basis for a new society, while at the same time taking over entire industries. So you would have different federations of different types of industries that would sort of come together and form essentially a government through that. So it would prioritize the interests of workers and would be democratically governed through the unions and through this type of association of federations. And so by doing this, we're sort of prefiguring free association among individuals that are mediated through direct democracy, as opposed to the state or private ownership of means of production or any other forms of hierarchy. So it's very anti-hierarchical, and it prioritizes direct democracy, direct action, and unionism as part of its strategy for achieving political power. And so this really means, like, rather than working under a corporation, you are instead working in things that are like worker cooperatives. And so that's a little bit about what anarcho-cynicalism is. What I wanted to go into a bit to expand on this for Web3 and crypto people is to talk about a bit this sort of, let's say, conflict, although it's, in my opinion, a little bit of a fake conflict between social and technological solutions and relationships. So, because what you hear a lot is that, the people who are building, especially in crypto, are tending to prioritize only thinking about technological sort of solutions. But instead, what I want to show is how these things sort of interplay with each other. And so I think a really good example to sort of show that, especially in Web3 world, is a comparison between two different IT infrastructure models that I think most people are probably aware of. We have the client-server model, and we have the peer-to-peer model, which client servers, there's a centralized entity that holds the data. And then we have a peer-to-peer model in which everyone has access to the data and people can sort of freely ask each other for data itself. And so this technological structure has the ability to create new possibilities. So peer-to-peer network was a new one that was really pushed during the late 90s and early 2000s, especially in the launch of Napster. So we see whenever Napster was launched in 2000, we can see that there was a direct sort of material impact and social reconstruction of relationships through the creation of a peer-to-peer network. So we see that the music revenues have dropped since the launch of Napster and have never really been able to recover. We see that a lot of artists, for example, were affected in various ways. We see the reduction of the power of different labels and the rise of digital platforms to sort of compete with these peer-to-peer networks. So you see, if you really look at Spotify, you can sort of think of it as almost like a knockoff of Napster, since they used a lot of similar things. It provides the same type of service in the sense that you can listen to any music that you want, but instead you have to pay a little bit of a fee, and you have to you get a little bit of a better service or experience. And so when we're talking about from the technological standpoint, a lot of things that tends to be used as a cover for what the social implications are for technology is the word decentralization. This is especially true in crypto and blockchain world. And so, funny enough, Vitalik Buterin actually had he shared a pretty interesting framework for thinking about decentralization. Right, there's architectural, in which we're talking about how many computers is a system made up of. We're talking about political, so how many individuals actually control those computers that the system is made up of, and logical decentralization. So does the interface and the data structures look like a single thing or some sort of amorphous swarm? And so I think this is like really important when we're talking about decentralization, because a lot of people tend to use it sort of amorphously without really thinking about what exactly it can mean. I think most of the time when people say decentralization in blockchain world, they're largely talking about architectural decentralization, whereas I think a lot of critics who will say that no, blockchain is not decentralized, they're talking probably more about political decentralization. But if we think about decentralization in a larger sort of perspective and using this framework, we can think of a lot of things in our lives and sort of plot them where they are. So on the most centralized, we have logically centralized, politically centralized, and architecturally centralized. We have traditional corporations, whereas something like the English language or BitTorrent are very, very decentralized. And then in the middle, we can sort of fit a few things. But we'll also see that blockchains sort of reside in our logically centralized, but are architecturally and politically decentralized. And I think that makes a lot of sense. Blockchains use a very concrete data standard for the protocol in order to be able to communicate with each other in the network. But architecturally, they're definitely decentralized usually, and politically, it can vary from blockchain to blockchain probably. And so I really want to hone in on this idea of centralization, but especially in terms of our workplaces, and to sort of convey this idea, understanding that most of our workplaces are actually essentially dictatorships. They are essentially monarchies in certain senses. So if we look at sort of the organizational structure of corporations versus cooperatives, we can see that there's a very big difference. Of course, traditional corporations, this is easy. They're basically a pyramid where the owners at the top and those who are the general laborers at the bottom. And there is, of course, like a stratification of class within the corporation, but usually this is a way to sort of uphold the structure itself. Whereas cooperatives tend to be much more free-flowing. They tend to be more horizontal in certain ways and only allow sort of hierarchies when necessary. And this has a lot of implications for technologies. So a lot of technology is created with the traditional corporation in mind, because that's who they want to sell to. Those are their clients, right? But cooperatives, because they have different social relationships, they need different technical tools. And so one example of this, for example, would be Lumio. So Lumio is a type of software or platform where it is able to facilitate democratic deliberation. So you can vote on different things. This is well before DAOs were ever a thing. This is before you had token voting. Each person has one vote, or depending on how you set up the settings inside of it. But so I think it's just important to keep in mind that a lot of software is built with the social relationships of corporations in mind. And that's something that is sort of problematic, especially when we're thinking about decentralization. If we advocate for decentralization in crypto and blockchain world, we need to be thinking of decentralization also in the workplace. And so that means that the tools that we're building need to fit those social relationships and need to facilitate those social relationships. And so we can see that by facilitating or by just having these sorts of social relationships, they create also, concrete material consequences. So we can see, for example, the usual wage inequality in the US and the EU, 129 or 339 to 1 from CEO to line worker. Whereas in cooperatives, at least in the Mondragon cooperative, they only have a limit of 6 to 1 or 9 to 1 type of wage inequality. So there's a very, very big difference in wage inequality whenever you have democratic accountability built into your organization. And And so this is just to say that the cooperative model is a proven one. It's one of a lot of different cooperatives exist that you don't even really know are cooperatives. Some are better than others. Some are focused on workers being the owner of the company, or there are the producers, or they are the retailers, or in the case of Swift, for example, it is a cooperative of banks around the world. So it is a model that actually works, even if there is democratic accountability. Because I think sometimes people sort of assume that because there's this democratic aspect to it, there's sort of this fear that it would slow down progress or slow down the speed at which a business or company is able to react or something like that. And then we see, of course, nowadays, this sort of burgeoning platform cooperative movements where you see basically people trying to create cooperative versions of already existing centralized tech platforms like Uber and Airbnb. We have the Drivers Cooperative or Fairbnb. And so my thesis or my theory of why I think DAOs are really interesting to people, why it's been people have sort of like clung on to it, is because I think that the concept of DAOs represent the potential to decentralize one of the most centralized aspects of most people's lives, which is their workplace. Most people work in centralized organizations. They don't have much say in their work. They don't have any democratic input. And I think a decentralized organization is very appealing to people because we very seldom are able to express ourselves in democratic ways in the place that we spend, 40 hours a week, depending on what you do for work. And I think that's something that people really like. And that's why, a lot of people are into it. And that's why I think there is a lot of very clear connections with something like Anarcho-Cynicalism or with unionism in general, where the whole purpose of the political movement is to decentralize the workplace, and through that sort of create a more decentralized and democratic society and government through that. And so just to conclude, this is, we cannot cleanly separate social and technological relations. You cannot create technological tools and just suppose that, the world will just continue as it is without any social consequences. We need to be careful and think deeply about these tools that we're building and the type of social relationships that we're trying to build. And so when we're thinking about, the Web3 stack or the Web3 protocol versus, how Web2 or centralized tech platforms usually function, the technological infrastructure of that facilitates new possibilities for new social relationships. And so I think that's just really important to keep in mind for you builders out there. Thinking about the good things that you can do with it, but also the bad things and like the type of social relationships that you're building, and whether it's something that sort of aligns with what you would like to see in the world. So I think there is this legitimate fear of people and of mine as well, that people tend to use the word decentralization very frivolously whenever the outcomes of sort of the things that they're building may not necessarily be as decentralized as they think. But you do see some like pretty interesting sort of proto-cooperative behavior in the crypto world. So we saw Uniswap do their token drop based on use of the platform. This is sort of very similar to the way that producer cooperatives generally work, or grocery cooperatives or things like that. So the more that you use something, the bigger payout of profit sharing that you would get. We see multi-signature wallets that are growing that have built-in democratic accountability, and we see things like funny collective ownership of NFTs through Party DAO, for example. So I think there is this sort of desire of people to be able to collectively work together, and that we cannot simply look at these things through a lens of libertarianism and like individualism, because first of all, that's not the only thing you can do with it. So people are going to collectivize anyways, and it's important to try to think about like the type of collectivization that we want to do. And so, what does this mean for the future of what we're trying to build? If I want to give you some recommendations on things to think about. So 3 things. One, I think, is exit to community is a really interesting idea. I would implore everyone to sort of look up what that is. It's an idea shared by Nathan Schneider, who is an academic who focuses on cooperatives, and he proposes sort of this third way of being able to sort of sell your business rather than sort of going through an IPO or doing a corporate acquisition. You can do an exit to community in which you give your platform, especially this is, especially useful for tech, to sell their platform to the people that actually use it and their workers. We have things like, of course, quadratic funding, which I think limits the power of capital in certain ways. So I think trying to find these types of, in quadratic voting as well, trying to find these things that more easily makes it able to express different democratic opinions, and also limiting the power of capital. And then it also looks like the industrial workers of the world, I think. So the IWW is an anarcho-syndicalist inspired institution, which is basically a union for everybody to join. It's sort of like a DAO for unions in certain ways, not necessarily on a blockchain type of DAO, but it is a decentralized type of organization that would employ people to also look into, I just think is really, really interesting. And so, yeah, so this is, I'm working on Bread Chain, which is just sort of like this project. It's a cooperative sort of exploring some of these ideas that I'm talking about. So these are the couple of other DAOs or projects that are under the sort of Bread Chain network. And yeah, thanks. If you want to learn more, I have a podcast, like I said, I have a blog. If you want to watch the teaser for the documentary that I made, so you go to @_cryptofutures. And you can follow me on Twitter at TBSocialist.
All right. Definitely go follow the Blockchain Socialist podcast. Is top notch, is very good quality. You will hear very interesting conversations. So and whoa, like this
Where do we start?
yeah, you've covered a lot of ground.
Yeah, I was worried I wasn't going to get through it all, to be honest.
You did a good job, actually. So nice. And I really like that you situated this, the political philosophy of anarcho-syndicalism historically, because the history of it is very interesting, also with CNT, Phi, and the whole fight against Franco's fascism. So it's people should all go check that out.
We should add that unfortunately the fascists won that war, and Spain was under a fascist dictatorship for some 60 years or something like that. So yeah, so they're still probably recovering from that a bit.
All right, Beeth, do you have any commentary, anything to say?
Not really. Just always enjoy listening to Josh on the podcast recently. Always a lot of fun. Always great talk. Do we have any questions from the audience?
Let's see. Today's a little bit quiet. I don't see anything. And let me do something cool. Let's see if that works. Oh no, it's inverted. No. Did that work? Technology.
Ooh.
Yeah, don't see anything there. So I got like not actually a question, but did you watch like Richard Wolff's interview on Lex Friedman, the Blockchain Socialist? Trying not to dox you.
No, I don't think so.
It's very interesting because he touched on this specific issue of the that democracy has infiltrated every aspect of our life except the most important one for our livelihoods, like the workplace.
Yeah.
And I saw that. So I got here already peeled. And I was like, yeah, that's very true, and it is very interesting that we don't acknowledge that, and we think that it is normalized to live in this dictatorial environment while you work. So it is very interesting to bring these ideas to the fore and to actually try to democratize it. And it seems like people have been actually talking about this, but the imagination behind it and the tools weren't there. But yeah, it seems like now we could actually pull it off. What do you say?
Yeah, I
What's
mean, I hope so. I mean, I think it's so like it's been interesting for me to see the original idea of DAOs, which were DACs, like autonomous corporations at first, which came from a very libertarian point of view about work, in which there was sort of like a high prioritization about automation of everything, to where an entire business is able to make money and profit without me needing to lift a finger using smart contracts. And I think a lot of people had this ideal in the beginning, but it was pretty interesting seeing a lot of the analogies that people would use would be like, okay, what if we made Uber, but except without the Uber, and the drivers can control things. And I remember during that time thinking like, well, you're just describing a cooperative, maybe facilitated through smart contracts or something like that. So I think that there is this sort of like, there's this really weird thing happening where there's, a little seed of almost like socialism in a lot of these ideas that people don't really want to admit or want to like really bring up. I think I don't think they just don't like really think about it that way. And so I think, if we sort of push to make sure that the DAO tooling that we're making and the like expectations of all of these different tools and what a DAO actually is, and for it to be something that is democratic, then we can sort of, begin to really answer for the things that we feel is lost in our lives, usually at centralized corporations. I think if we're going to spend so much time doing this thing, why should we not have democratic input into that?
Yeah, and what's very interesting is that in this whole DAO space thing, the guilt around these labels, calling yourself socialist, is starting to wane off. Not that much, but it's still, because people are talking about community ownership and collective ownership. People are talking about a very different way of approaching labor and value. So it seems like we're getting there to actually set this like a civil war type of mentality.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's eventually I think a lot of these people will be really interested in like maybe like Karl Marx or something like that. We'll
It's not bad.
You guys.
It's not gonna break. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not this isn't the first time people have been thinking about collective ownership, for sure.
Yeah, you can have like Hayek on the one hand and Marx on the other. You can try to do all kinds of things. It's doable. Also, it seems like we got Brent in the room, although Brent, I think you're in an hour from now. So I got to let you know that's the case.
Yeah, we're waiting for Awoke.
Yeah, we're waiting for Kevin
He
Awoke
wrote
right
to you
now.
soon, 10 minutes ago.
But he was still waiting. We can keep on the discussion, I think.
Sure.
So, and I don't know how much time we'll have with that. Because every issue that we can open up will probably spawn up like a huge discussion. These are not like this is not fast food type.
Sorry.
Discourse. But we have the panel afterwards.
Yeah, which I think would be interesting to talk to the others about that. Because I think that if I were to continue my sort of observations, maybe, and that I make in the article, is that a lot of crypto has, well, it's not maybe not a lot, but there is a faction, a part of crypto that is, I would characterize as sort of like apolitical do-gooderism. So I think a lot of people are afraid of politics, or like afraid of sort of thinking about politics, or expressing politics in a particular way. And so they sort of try to be apolitical while also being like, I'm doing good for the world at the same time. So sort of like this, yeah, I don't mean to be too mean, but like sort of a pseudo progressivism that I think we just need to be careful about. And we need to sort of, in my opinion, I don't think that we can really ever get away from politics. We can't really just ignore it. We have to sort of embrace the political nature of the thing that we're doing, especially when it comes to crypto world, when it comes to DAOs. Like, you know, if you're wanting to have this big of a change, especially if you want to have a big change in a positive direction, in my opinion, there's going to be a lot of pushback from, you know, the different institutions and powers that be.
Yeah, definitely. Like the whole, I wouldn't blame people for not being political, because there are people who have maybe too much to lose.
Sure,
Sometimes
yeah.
maybe have not experienced directly the struggles of working class people. Maybe have not been exposed to that. And so I wouldn't blame people for that.
Sure, it's not a blame.
But yeah. Of course, in the way you phrase it, doesn't it's not a blame, but it is something that happens.
Yeah.
And it seems like what is especially here in the Web3 crypto world, what we do seems like it is inescapably political in its roots. So at least here, it is very hard to escape it, but there is a tendency, like a momentum towards escape from that. But still, we get, maybe there is an issue of fear of the political. I don't know. It's something that's very deep.
Yeah, well, maybe, we can discuss it more in the panel.
Yep.
Here.
Yeah. So it seems like we have Kevin here now. Kevin Awoke, are you there?
Hey, yeah, just 1 second. I'm just getting my studio set up.
Of course. Right. In the meantime, let me give you just I will give a brief intro to Kevin Awoke, although you probably all know who Kevin is. Kevin is the founder of Gitcoin, a platform that, would it not exist, we would be broke as Metagame, probably. This because we essentially produce public goods, and innovation concerning public good funding is what Gitcoin is all about. And so we very much appreciate that in this whole space. And also, Kevin, I think, hello. Would you also describe yourself as a kind of like missionary sometimes of the memes of solarpunk and open source software and organizing for impacts?
Yep. Yeah, that's kind of some of the idea of what we're doing. Our mission is to build and fund digital public goods at Gitcoin DAO. And Gitcoin's gone through a lot of iterations over the years, but super just proud that our mission has stayed the same. We've been dogmatic about our mission, even if the mechanisms have changed.
All right. So we're all ready to be green pilled. So
Yeah,
bring it on, Kevin.
I got my green pills right here. Wish I could give them out to you digitally. Cool. I'll share my screen and take you through some slides. Planning on doing maybe 15 minutes of slides, and then hoping to do 15 minutes of discussion, or I guess 10 minutes of discussion since I'm 6 minutes late. But we'll go for it from here.
Okay.
Can you all see my screen?
Yep.
Cool. Well, I put together this this small talk to go through how I think about what we're talking about. So basically, hey everyone, I'm Kevin Awoke, one of the founders of Gitcoin. We funded $62 million worth of public goods. So basically, open source software and adjacent things that we all derive benefit from in the world. So what I want to talk about today is the values of the Web3 ecosystem and my take on how we could extend those values to be a little bit more pluralistic. So in the Bitcoin white paper and in the original OG blockchain ecosystem, there's this idea of cypherpunk, which is any individual who is advocating for the widespread use of cryptography and privacy enhancing technologies, as well as sovereignty as a route to social and political change. And I think you see a lot of this ethos in the Web3 ecosystem. I would consider myself to be sort of a solar punk. And solar punk is an art movement that envisions how the future of humanity might look if we succeeded in solving contemporary challenges with an emphasis on sustainability and things like climate change and pollution. So I think it's quite interesting that there's different sets of values in this space as the space grows. And solar punk and cypherpunk, I think, are actually adjacent to each other and in many ways very complementary with each other. So what would it look like if we had a society that optimized not just for the privacy and sovereignty of the individuals, but for collectivist things like solving sustainability problems like climate change and like the funding of our digital infrastructure? So any collectivist issue. So I think the opportunity in the Web3 space is that we have this ultimate coordination tool in Ethereum. What if we use it to solve some coordination failures? So we now have a transparent, which means that anyone can inspect its state; global, which means you can get to it from anywhere; incorruptible because of its immutability; and programmable substrate for global coordination. Let's use it to solve some of these coordination failures like climate change or underfunded digital infrastructure or solving for surveillance capitalism. Which is like, these things are all coordination failures, things that none of us would really choose, but for lack of a better coordination mechanism, they occur. And the inverse of coordination failures and these existential risks is the funding of our public goods, the funding of all of the things that we rely on but sometimes take for granted, like fresh air, herd immunity, open source software, public roads. I mean, I could go on and on the amount of infrastructure that has been built that is a public good. And kind of part of the idea that Gitcoin's been working on is, what if we could fund some of these public goods with cryptocurrency? And I think that the atomic building block of this movement and the movement of using crypto for these regenerative means is this thing that we call an impact DAO, which is kind of like a DAO that creates positive externalities for the public. I think I heard some sound back over there. I don't know if someone's mic is off. I'll just keep going. Yeah, so basically the atomic building block here is an impact DAO, which is any DAO that creates positive externalities for the public. There's a couple examples here. Proof of Humanity, which is a impact DAO focused on UBI and making sure that people are streamed tokens for being human, provides a base of financial support for the people that use it. Climate DAO, which is a DAO that is focused on making Web3 more climate neutral. So basically carbon credits and putting those on the blockchain and then helping blockchain projects become climate neutral. And then Gitcoin DAO, which builds and funds other digital public goods. So kind of like a meta impact DAO. I think it's really important to think about these impact DAOs as not just creating financial capital. I'm a big fan of Gregory Landua's work, in which he coined that there are 8 types of capital, and financial capital is just one of them. So what would it look like if we thought about capital not just as financial instruments and securities, but actually social capital in the form of influence and relationships, material capital in the form of tools and buildings and infrastructure, living capital as in soil and living organisms and land, intellectual capital as in our intellectual property and the images and words and ideas that we all have, experiential capital, spiritual capital, and cultural capital. So when I'm talking about impact DAOs, I want to be clear that when we're talking about positive externalities, we're not just talking about on the financial vector. We're talking about impact on any of these different types of capital. So what kind of cryptographic peer-to-peer systems could we build that help turn financial capital into living capital, or financial capital into spiritual capital, or experiential capital? And I think that that's what's really cool, especially in a world where impact DAOs can kind of stack with each other. So basically the idea is that, I'm here representing Gitcoin DAO, and Gitcoin DAO is compatible with Klima DAO, and we're actually going through a proposal with them in order to make Gitcoin DAO carbon neutral. We've also work with Proof of Humanity. Proof of Humanity provides civil resistance back to Gitcoin DAO. And in turn, we provide funding to Proof of Humanity via Gitcoin grants. So it's just really cool to me that each of these impact DAOs can benefit from all of the other stacked impact DAOs that are supporting their work. And by definition, each of these projects creates positive externalities for the world. So by definition, each of these impact DAOs is pretty good neighbors to each other. And what I think about when I think about a pluralistic civilizational scale infrastructure for funding public goods is that it's completely bottom up and emergent. And we're going to see a bunch of different mechanisms and funding sources that create a pluralistic approach to creating impact on the world. And that pluralism is actually such a feature because it allows these impact DAOs to benefit from each other, and it creates a diversity of mechanisms through which we fund each other. One tangible example of this is how quadratic funding stacks in Gitcoin grants. So we've actually moved from just doing one round of quadratic funding to doing rounds with Uniswap and with Polygon and Forefront and Synthetics. And we're also doing these thematic rounds around longevity and climate change and supporting diversity, equity, and inclusion. And one of the cool things is that when a grant gets into each of the matching pools, then it gets matched by multiple matching pools every time there's a contribution. So I might get on a $1 contribution, I might get hundreds of dollars of matching for the main round, and I might get hundreds of dollars more for it being in the climate round at the same time. And that matching stacks. And so each quadratic funding round is kind of like a crypto economic force. Like you can think of it as like a fan. And when a grant is in multiple quadratic funding rounds, it's almost like it's in a jet engine, a crypto economic force that funds digital public goods at higher velocities. And I think that that's really cool how all these things stack together. Another thing that I think is really, really kind of interesting about impact DAOs is just the diversity in ways that they run. So each impact DAO basically has a mechanism and a funding source through which it is powered. So Gitcoin grants mechanism is quadratic funding, and its funding source is the Ethereum Foundation, DeFi DAOs that have funded Gitcoin grants, and NFT drops. But you think about other impact DAOs like Moloch DAO, which has a completely different mechanism for pooling funds and allowing people to rage quit out of them, and was funded by Ethereum Foundation and Consensus back in the day. Proof of Humanity has a civil resistant web of trust that it uses as its mechanism, and the inflation funding that comes from that actually is what creates the UBI. And then, of course, one of my other favorite projects out there that's working on this stuff is Optimism, who's been thinking a lot about retroactive public goods and what does it look like to have a citizen's house of badge holders that are helping spend the Optimism sequencer fees that can be millions of dollars per month on the public good. So this is really neat because, again, these impact DAOs can stack on top of each other. And the result is that we have this pluralistic civilizational scale infrastructure for funding public goods. And what's really cool about that is in a world where crypto is eating software and software is eating the world, you can kind of just like map out visually how we're going to create more impact within the world of crypto and within the world of software, but then also how it could stack to go out and actually regenerate the wider world using cryptocurrency. All we have to do is prove out these mechanisms. And then once we've proved them out, we can scale the funding sources of these mechanisms from there. And so this is part of why, when I wrote the book Green Pilled, How Crypto Can Regenerate the World, one of the reasons why I really think there's a lot of tailwinds is because crypto is eating software and software is eating the world. What would have to be true for us to ride this wave in order to create more infrastructure for creating impact on the world? So that's like kind of what my work has evolved into as I've handed off the reins of Gitcoin to other great people in the DAO. And Gitcoin itself has decentralized is how do I create like a stigmergic feedback loop where we realize that if we all collectively take this green pill, which just means create it using crypto in order to create impact on the world, we can create a more solar punk world. And there's this belief system where if we believe it's going to happen and we all kind of create this Schelling point in this feedback loop, then it's going to happen. But if we decide not to do it, then we continue to sort of just maintain the status quo. So I wrote a book called, I'll just take you guys to the site for it, but greenpill.party. And so basically on this site, you can go down and you can take a pledge. Like you could pledge 1% of your net worth to public goods. And if that's too much for you, you can just pick up the book, or you can listen to the Green Pill podcast, which I've partnered with Bankless in order to do. If you open up the Green Pill podcast, you can see that we've done about 20 episodes with other Impact DAO founders in the Web3 space, from starting with Vitalik Buterin to Optimism's Carl Flourish to Santi Siri. And then the most recent one is Penbala with Naran Babaloa. So Green Pill is just kind of like this headless brand that we're allowing anyone to kind of join the movement and talk about using crypto for impact. So that's kind of some of the work that I've been up to and how I'm thinking about this stuff. And happy to take any questions or pass along any resources to anyone who's interested in the MetaFam. But yeah, I don't know. What do you think? Can we do Q&A, or I don't know if there's like people out there that have questions, or if y'all have questions.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for that wonderful conversation, presentation.
Yeah.
And nice haircut. Probably a lot of people are saying.
I can still follow you. I just don't look like blockchain Jesus anymore. My wife wanted me to get a haircut, so I'm back among the normies.
All right. Let's see if we have anything in the chat.
Cool.
Yep, people. That's the comment.
The comment is about my haircut. Nice. I should have just led with that. We should have gotten it out of the way.
We just can't get over it.
Weird. Well, yeah, I mean, happy to figure out how we can figure out between metagame and Gitcoin what the next evolution of the relationship is. Been a big fan of the Meta Cartel family since inception, and always love hanging out with y'all and vibing on public goods and impact. And at the very least, I know I'll see everyone at MetaCon 2 in Denver in September. So looking forward to that.
Awesome. Thank you for that shout out.
I saw that you work on some on that. What is it called? The passport with ceramics.
Yeah, passport.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. I don't know how many of y'all are interested in Sybil resistance, but Gitcoin has put a lot of work into Sybil resistance, which just basically means sock puppet resistance. How do we create systems that are more one human, one vote, as opposed to one token, one vote? And we actually released a piece of infrastructure called Gitcoin Passport, which allows you to integrate, get a stamp from Proof of Humanity and ENS and Twitter and Bright ID that all attest to your personhood. And then that's going to hopefully make quadratic funding more bot resistant in the future. So that's been a recent development that Gitcoin DAO has come out, and hoping to create more Sybil resistance in the wider ecosystem as well.
Yeah, super important. Yeah, I really hope there will be more democratic DAOs after this problem is.
Yeah, it's kind of like one of the ideas is that Gitcoin's put a lot of work into creating Sybil resistance at Gitcoin. What if we could extend our Sybil resistance to the rest of the ecosystem? Is kind of the idea in the larger end game with Gitcoin Passport. So if there's any builders out there that want Sybil resistance in their DApp, please reach out to me and we can chat about it.
Well, we definitely need it.
Cool. All right. Well, thanks for having me, Peeth. See you hopefully at an event sometime soon. Unipuff, always good to see you. Cheers, gents.
Thank you for coming on.
Do you have time for just one question?
Sure, yeah. Although I've already answered the big one about my haircut.
Yeah, but we all said, okay, that was Kevin. Okay, everybody. Yeah. And it has to do with this common thread that you could see through this whole presentation about plurality and this notion and basically this philosophy of pluralism. And I wanted to know your thoughts concerning this whole situation that we're going through as a space, and the bear market and the fear and uncertainty and instability that many organizations are facing, and this way of talking that you see often now, which goes like, oh, a lot of the organizations that existed will stop existing. They won't have enough money to sustain themselves. We will see the loss of a lot of organizations, and only the only some will stay. And for me, this sounds like a very non-pluralistic way of speaking. Let's say it is what is actually happening, but I don't know what the effects will be.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that so the reason why pluralism is important, and by the way, like Glenn Weil has a really excellent essay, why am I a pluralist, that I can link. And Aaron and McMillan and I actually did an episode about practical pluralism in the Web3 space that I think came out quite well. Aaron, by the way, runs another major quadratic funding protocol, and we wanted to send a signal to everyone that we're friends, even though we both run things that are vaguely similar. So, I mean, I just think that like we shouldn't imbue moats in the EVM, and we should have these modular systems that are composable and working together. And, that creates a better experience for consumers, for DApp consumers. It creates more composability for builders so they can build on top of things. And it creates anti-fragility, right? Because if one mechanism fails, then there's other mechanisms out there. And I think those are some really good arguments for pluralism, in my opinion. Now, with respect to evolution of the space, I'll actually share my screen once more, and this is going to get weird and trippy. I hope that you all enjoy this. But I tweeted this about 2 months ago about how I'm starting to think of Web3 in evolutionary terms. And just bear with me because this idea is a little bit out there. But I took this idea of an evolutionary tree of life and recentered it around the blockchain ecosystem, starting with millions of memes ago when the Byzantine generals problem was solved. And basically what was created out of that was the Bitcoin ecosystem. So you have Bitcoin and then its layer twos and its ecosystem of dApps, but mostly centralized exchanges that are built on top of that. And as we go from millions of memes ago to today, there's a bear market that filters out all these other little branches of projects in the ecosystem. And so as we see this ecosystem evolve, we've got BTC forks, and then we've got ETH, and then we've got DAOs and DeFi and alt layer ones and L2s and NFTs and play to earn and regen crypto and DAO tools and DAOs. So like when you ask me about the bear market filtering out some of these projects, I guess my question is, well, what's the mechanism that sort of culls these projects and removes them from the evolutionary tree? And what is important to me is that, in nature, we have natural selection, which is basically the survival of the fittest. Does my genome go on into the future? In crypto, I think we have like market-based mechanisms for deciding what survives and what doesn't. And, there's like treasury management and can you hire and fire and all that kind of stuff. So I think there's going to be like a culling of projects during the bear market, and there always is. But that culling of projects shouldn't be because competition and because each organism in a niche is like the apex predator and has become a monopolistic presence in its ecosystem. So I don't know, it's kind of a complicated thought space to be in, but I would separate it as like two separate things. Like pluralism is important for anti-fragility and ecosystem health, and then like viewing it in an evolutionary frame. And the bear market will cull them, but hopefully that doesn't mean that there's a monopoly in any of these niches in the future. So I don't know. What's your reaction to that?
That was amazing. I want to look at it for hours.
Cool. I'll post a link to it in here.
Yeah, for sure. I'm a big fan of using biological analogies in this and applying it to social systems and this whole biomimicry kind of design space philosophy, and what I have to say about this is that when we take evolution principles from evolutionary biology and apply it to social systems, mostly it has been very simplistic because the ecological aspect that in evolutionary theory wasn't that prominent when we previously tried to do this, but adding this ecosystem perspective in which, in ecology, collaboration is the most effective strategy most of times, changes the like individualistic social Darwinist, only the strong will take power kind of mindset that was very prominent in corporate businesses, like in the 70s, 80s, when this biological analogy started getting into the workplace. So,
Right.
so I really
I mean,
appreciate what's
biomimicry
going
is
on
just
here.
such a rich like set of ideas in general. Like nature has basically tested these ideas for millions of years, and they have a high Lindy effect because of it. You'd be crazy not to try to learn from that. So yeah, +1
Exactly.
on the biomimicry stuff.
Yeah, I hope to see more of that. Actually, people are
Yeah,
speaking a lot about
totally.
that. That's what it is. It's exciting about this space.
Nice. Well, you know, like I said, I'm a big fan of metagame and of metafam, and looking forward to MCon in September. So let me know how we can all work together. And you know, I think that we're building this rich ecology of an infinite garden in the Ethereum space. So Keith, looking forward to catching up and seeing how we can jam together.
Yeah. Thank you for coming on. Great seeing
Definitely.
you. And
All
yeah,
right, peace and love.
the Gitcoin Grand Sound going on for a bit
Oh yeah,
more.
I didn't even show the
people.
Gitcoin grants round. It ends in 2
Yeah.
days, and there's $3 million worth of matching. So get your coins, get your grant contributions in, and we'll be doing another one in 3 months. But you got to get your contributions in the next two days. Are you pointing to a QR code because you have a? Fuck
Yep.
yeah! Damn, you're promoting Gitcoin more than me. I gotta like get on the marketing train. Sweet. All right, thanks for having me. I'll see you all on the internet. Peace and love.
See you.
Thank
Bye.
you, Kevin. All right.
Hey.
Hey, hello, hello, this Spulik. So we have a true metagamer next.
Yeah.
We have a cornerstone in metagame.
Yeah, I've been doing it for a while.
With some very cool background visuals.
Yeah, got an old audio visualizer running in the background.
Nice.
Oh, that's what it reminded me of. Okay. All right. So, Spulik, welcome here to our space. You're free to start to kickstart this revolution when you're ready.
Okay. Yeah, let me share my screen. If it'll let me.
All right. Here we go.
Okay. So I have not actually gone through, and I've got 10 slides, and they should be about like a minute to minute and a half each, but I've not actually given the whole spiel in one go yet. So we'll see how this goes. Okay. So the techno-anarchist revolution is a story. It's a science fiction story that describes a connection between the world that we inhabit now and a world where homelessness, hunger, and war have ended. And the idea was, like, when I think about how I would like the piece to be presented, it would be as a video of a 8th grade history class set in 2034, which would be 5 years after all of this has taken place. And they would be described, it would be a teacher teaching the class, this is what happened in the Second American Revolution. And this, I'll summarize it. This is where, if you think about this, if I talk about this in terms of things that I actually plan to do, it sounds completely bonkers. But if you just let it be a story, it flows. I think it flows a lot better, but it means talking about these just out there ideas. And specifically founding a successor to Islam, which I'll get into more, and being elected president of the United States. are the two just like, I know that these are not things that are going to actually happen, but so far as the story and how everything fits together, that's what I've got. The basis of how this organization functions is there are 13 teams, and each of the 13 teams, there's 13 sets of 13 characteristics. For example, there's 13 different colors. On the 13 sign zodiac, there's 13 months. There is from Norse mythology, there's like 13, there's 9 realms and then 4 magical creatures and all these different sets of 13 things. And each one of the teams picks one from each of those 13 sets to come up with its definition. The one that is sort of the core for why this matters is the idea of disintermediation, where currently you do some work, you receive money, and then you go and you find something and you exchange that money for whatever it is. There's an intermediate step of going to money. And the idea is if the organization could offer all of the different things that a person would want, then they could just directly barter for these different needs or wants that they have. And it's stuff like some of it's very simple stuff like food, transport, shelter, security. And then there's a couple more controversial ones like substances and sex. And then finally, there's some administrative stuff like housekeeping, where you got to take care of the land, and just timekeeping, because a lot of what it ends up being is about a different way to organize control of space. Currently, one person owns a plot of land, and that is their land. Whereas in this system, it would be a lot more short-term holding. Like I would have where I'm going to spend the next week, and I would have control of that space for that period of time. But then I would move on to somewhere else, take up a new space, and someone else would take the space that I had previously. Yeah. So far as core concepts, one of them is the idea that we would get a lot of the funding by reforming the current market for substances, which is currently there's a lot of violence in it. There's a lot of theft in it. There's a hard to get reliable substances. That's one of the big reasons supposedly that overdoses have been on the rise, is people are getting things spiked with fentanyl and not knowing what's in the substances that they're getting. In order to facilitate that, there is a courier network. And the courier network, so you got all these different cars driving around, and they're performing different functions at different times. They might be picking up passengers and delivering them to places. They might be delivering parcels. They can also show up if someone calls and says, I'm having an incident of some sort for the Quakers. When they witness, if you get in a fight in front of a Quaker, instead of them intervening, they simply witness what is going on. And the concept is that the individual has within them the knowledge of what, good behavior, proper behavior, polite. I don't know. It's not just polite behavior, but non-harmful behavior is. And if they can be reminded to look into themselves, then they will find it, and it's not necessary to intervene. So you could call on a car to show up and record, like if your significant other is behaving badly or being violent or whatever, you can call on someone to witness and to potentially intervene. How far they intervene, I'm still fleshing out and not quite sure how far to go toward the existing police system, which is kind of, everyone agrees, dysfunctional. I think that a lot of that, I think that there's two major things that cause that. One is the uniforms. Every day they're walking around and people are responding to those uniforms with deference. And some of the officers believe that that's about them as people and not recognizing that it's the uniform they have. The other is that everyone dislikes the police. No one is happy when a cop shows up, 99% of the time. And to be constantly disliked all day, I think wears on them psychically. But anyway, so this would be, it's a courier network. It's an alternative to the police for certain situations. It is a taxi service. It's a variety of different things that these cars are doing as they're driving around. How to do the routing is still an open question because you don't want to share so much information that you put the drivers at risk, but at the same time, how do you make it as permissionless and open as possible? There's an OnStar person, like there's a person on call that they can communicate with who has access to other resources that I'll get into in a second. Okay, so let's say that a courier gets pulled over. They don't know what they're carrying. They don't know what's in the parcels that they're carrying, but let's say that a dog has been brought in and has triggered on the vehicle. And so now this person is in threat of being arrested. The concept that I'm trying to work out is how can you prevent this person from being arrested without force, definitely without violence. And the idea is the person that is being arrested sends the police to a video that shows some buses pulling up and people occupying, and it's to use that sort of in Occupy Wall Street. The purpose was they got into the places where business was going on and just sort of gummed up the works. They made it more difficult for people to move around. This would be where people use their bodies to control vehicle access to a site. So you could have 5 people, let's say there's 3 roads into the police station. You have 5 people deep covering those 3 entrances, and all of a sudden no one can come. They can come in and out on foot because I don't want to mess with individual people, but they wouldn't be able to bring in vehicles. And if you have a sufficient number of people, all of these police systems are, by and large, I mean, some large cities potentially have tons and tons of excess capacity, but a lot of them are near capacity already, and they can't arrest 400 people. It's not possible to just arrest everybody. And so it would give the person that is being arrested a standing and a platform to negotiate from. Oh man. So Gaianism is the religion part of the story, and it is grounded in a couple different beliefs, but one of them is that the Holy Spirit, the experience of God, it's a way of thinking, it's a cognitive modality, but it is not caused by an external entity, specifically Yahweh, the Immaculate Conception, this being that impregnated the Virgin Mary, just does not exist. But all of the things that these religions are built on, or at least a lot of what many of these religions are built on, Islam with its subservience to God, Christianity with its being led by the Spirit, that experience is real and it's common between people. The definition of God within the system is all life at any point in time. That is quote unquote God. So we are all aspects of this huge organism that is all life interacting with itself. But yeah, there's no beings looking out for us on a higher plane. And finally, the belief that we're going to create AIs that will have models of what's actively going on in the world and will suggest activities and choices that the person might want to do. And it will do so in terms of people who made these choices previously. How did they retrospectively look back on those choices, and how did they rate them? So you might say, he's like, I'm going to smoke a cigarette. of people who smoked regularly, what percentage of them regretted it in the future and said they wish that they had done differently. Things like that. And that specifically feeds back into the substances and helping people to reliably and safely use them without hurting themselves or others. I gotta check the time. It is 12 minutes in. Okay, so Islam is in Islam at the end of days. What has this? In the beginning, Islam began with a caliph who was Muhammad, and they had after Muhammad 4 different caliphs that were recognized by the entire Muslim community and acted as the head of the church. After the 4th one, there was a difference of opinion, and that created the Sunni Shia split that we still have today. But in the end of days, for Islam, the world will be reunited under a caliph and there will be a world peace under Islam. And so the idea is to run for president. Well, no, start a church based on these concepts of the reality of the Holy Spirit, the non-reality of Yahweh. Having done so, after Biden does another term, so after 6 years, run for president, and then so as the head of a church and the state, be able to approach people around the world that we have conflict with and say that a genuine quote unquote revolution has taken place. A vastly different system that was in place is now in power, and you no longer have a conflict with us. How can we find peace? But crucial to that is ending hunger, which is, I'll not delve into that too much. But once people no longer have the threat of starvation, before 1968, there wasn't enough food. Someone had to go hungry. There was insufficient kilocalories per capita produced for everyone to eat. Since 1968, there has been a solution, but there's still hoarding and inequality and all these different things that still there are people that are in threat of going hungry, and that drives them to violence as a way to survive. The fundraising, I'll do this real quick. The fundraising exists in part through 13 tiers of collections of 13 items. There's lots of 13s and 13s, like 13 squareds in this concept. But those things would be delivered via the courier network. So as both art and as an exercise of this distribution network would be one of the initial projects. The 12th and the 13th tiers, though, are just, moonshot, dream, whatevers. And the 12th tier is 13 Cybertrucks. There is a subreddit called r/place where every 5 minutes, one person can change 1 pixel. And groups of individuals collaborate to lay out what they want a set of pixels to be. And so you have 50 people all at once add 1 pixel to an image, and they build images in this way over time. I want to use, there are 2 major types of graphics. There's raster graphics, which have pixels, and there are vector graphics, which are mathematical descriptions of like shapes and lines and curves and gradients and all those things. And one of the things that vector graphics give you is what's called clipping paths, where you can have arbitrary shapes defined by paths or circles or squares or whatever you want, and you can let other images shine through your image. And so I want to take a wrap, which is the shape of a Cybertruck, and which Cybertrucks are Tesla's upcoming truck offering that are supposedly really rugged and have all the neat features of Teslas. And to wrap the Cybertruck, each of the 13 Cybertrucks, in different pieces of art that have been generated by the community using these clipping paths and collaborating with each other and sharing a larger piece of art. The 13th tier is so let's say this is in a world where this is taken off. This is a world where the quote attacks, at least because it is to some extent an attack on the belief in Yahweh. The people that think that so long as they follow the rules, I'm not sure exactly what. I haven't thought that way for a long time, but if they believe they can let go and let God, that there is some being that is looking out for them and is ordering the world to make it function correctly. It's an attack on the idea of that being and forcing people to be responsible, be in charge, recognize that we are in charge of the world. In a world where that has taken place, particularly because it also involves Islam, and the early caliphs kept getting assassinated because there's many people, and it takes so little force to murder somebody. So I would get 13 boats and would go out into the ocean and essentially hide for however long it took until things were calmed down and I no longer feared that some random person whose belief system was falling apart was going to try to shoot me. So, and the ultimate being Joe Biden as commander-in-chief of the armed forces, it is well within his capacity to give an aircraft carrier away. And so I would get an aircraft carrier, I would build farming and shelter on the deck of it. And as well as, I don't even know how much area is inside of an aircraft carrier. I just know that they are gigantic. If you can see the picture on my screen, there's two little people standing at the edge of the deck, and it's just mammoth. So those are the 12th and 13th tiers of the Kickstarter part of the initial fundraising bit. The last idea comes from a hard reset in computers is when you punch the power button off and on. You literally, you shut down the system completely and then force it to restart from scratch. The idea would be that the system of teams control space, and there are agreements as to who is going to hold what space at what time and what groups they're aligned with and all these different things. One of the things I want to do is to see half of the control of space at least go to XX females for reasons that I'm not going to get into right now, but to have the stability of womankind as the basis for control of space. But so you could have this going on, and it operates, you'll have guides, and there can be tags like stickers or spray paint or whatever that mark spaces as being controlled by different organizations. And so people are operating using these signals for years. I mean, if Biden does a second term, it's 6 years in the future. And we record tons and tons, thousands of hours of footage of these organizational things functioning, and then we release it all at once, and these people realize, they look at the world that they've been walking around in and recognize that they've been in someone else's game space for years and completely unaware of it. And that perhaps that would give for some people that hard examination that it takes to break away from, because so much of the belief in the Immaculate Conception in particular is what's called social proof, where people are looking to the beliefs of others in order to judge what is reasonable. And so with this examination, maybe we could break the system out of its rut and see some real change. Oh. And also, so far as that, if I was elected president, I would live stream the entire operation of the office so that whenever I am acting as president, it is broadcast on the internet, and the public has the capacity to interact back with what is going on, so that as little as possible would I be able to screw it up. There would always be hundreds of people looking over my shoulder and helping me to navigate the waters. Yeah. And then I got some links at the end. I can post this in chat. And then I think that's it. It's a big story. It's like trying to take a Stephen King story and summarize it in 15, 20 minutes, especially when it's not completely written. It's hugely complicated, and there's lots of parts, and parts of it are going away and all these different things. But that's where it's at right now. You're muted.
No, sorry about that.
No problem.
All right. Yeah, this was an absolute overload of information.
Yeah.
Neurons around my brain are sparking all over the place. And it's definitely like 20 minutes are really not enough to showcase the structure of a whole plot line. But I can see where you want to go with this, though. And first of all, I want to ask you, what format do you plan on having this whole
I really
story
like the idea
expressed?
of the idea of a history lesson. You would have a 30-minute, 45-minute thing that is that class session where they cover an American Revolution. They cover, and you can have in the democratic system, you can have a radical change in leadership through election, and to have it be that is how things changed for America.
Like an alternative history kind of thing?
An
exercise?
A fictional history.
Huh. Yeah, that's certainly a very interesting idea, because it's something that you don't see in education much. And alternative history, especially futuristic tales, can be very mind-opening in order to entertain more, in order to open up the space of possibility. And another thing that I wanted to ask is, what are your sci-fi influences? I can see something here, but
like Stranger in a Strangeland. I absolutely love Stranger in a Strangeland. The Foundation trilogy, the Illuminatus trilogy, to the extent it is sci-fi. Lots of like hard sci-fi stuff was a lot of what I grew up on.
I saw some Heinlein there, yeah, for sure. Like this,
Yeah.
I saw the influence of Stranger in Strangeland, especially with this with the Caliphate.
Yeah.
And
no, because there was the whole
know of the
forming a
story.
religion thing.
Yeah, but more hard sci-fi.
Generally, but I like the social stuff. I like the Dispossessed with Le Guin. It's an anarchist society on the moon, if you're familiar with it. And that idea of anarchy, that idea of individuals having their ability to choose their own path as much as possible.
Like what I'm reading now is Heinlein's "The Moon is a Harsh Mistress." Weird, very very old school kind of writing, but it's always very it's just opened up the place of the space of possibilities of what you can think of as politically social, as a social organization. It's very, people should take Heinlein out. It's a very interesting writer.
Yeah, no, that was my idea was that if I could get a coherent story together, that people would want to consume it, that I wouldn't have to, it was not like slogging uphill all the time trying to make sense, but that the story would sort of sell itself.
Okay. Pete, got any commentary? Anything to add?
Not really. I had the pleasure to listen to some of this yesterday in Discord. The last test run.
All right. So Let's see if we got any questions in the chat rather than a debate I can
Yeah, I'm
see
just
here.
I'm not really seeing any questions.
Or in Discord. There probably some in Discord. Or people are probably still trying to wrap their hand around this
Yeah, there's a lot of
complicated plot
information.
line. All right. How much of it do you have written down? Do you have like an
I've got
outline?
notebooks upon notebooks of lots of notes and different partial ideas. But so far as like this was close. This was almost close to congealing. It didn't quite get there. Like I feel like there is a point. I feel like the story's within me, and that at some point, if I just keep plugging away at it, that it's going to become coherent enough that it makes sense to others quickly and easily.
It's
Hopefully.
definitely a challenge with writing very complicated plot lines with with world building, so many elements to connect together. I was very interested in that the notion of the caliphate and all the references and influences to non-Western culture or the Orient or something that is not just Anglo-American, Anglo-Saxon culturally. And this is something that, especially in sci-fi, I haven't seen enough. It's very American, let's say. And so, like, this is definitely something that has a bit of uniqueness to in relation to what I'm used to.
I lived in an Islamic Republic for a couple years, and the way that people acted was very well. It was an African country as well, so there's that influences in addition to Islam. But people were very welcoming. Like you'd be sitting, and someone would just walk in and sit down and eat for a while, and then get up and leave. And when you asked who that was, I don't know, is someone who was hungry, I guess. And just very giving. That if you tell someone that you like, if you like, I like your shirt, then they will try to give it to you. And that's definitely a thing.
Yeah, it's a very different kind of system of value exchange, value creation. Very interesting. Mm-hmm. So I'm I'm very excited for that. I'm very excited to see where this process is going.
Cool. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you. So we got Brent here. Hello,
hey.
Hello.
Check.
I see some very cool is it OBS, I would guess, action there?
Yes.
I appreciate it a lot, as you can see here.
Oh, okay. So should I just start talking? We're good to go.
I mean, if you want to maybe introduce yourself, or I mean, I could do it, but I think you could do it much better than anybody else. So I want you to know. Be free to let people know who you are.
Cool. Thanks. Thanks for having me. Good presentation so far. I feel woefully unprepared, but who cares? So I fashioned myself as a political sociologist because that's what my master's degree is in, and it kind of, like any kind of hybrid discipline, of which there's many, it kind of looks at how they interact, right? So I like politics, I like sociology, and that's part of what invests me in metamodernism, right? Because it's very much political. So I've kind of been just independent sociologist, para-academic for the past decade, for better or worse. But these days it's hard to find ethical work, right? So I'm a starving artist too. So yeah, I run this think tank out of my you know, office, as it were, out of my command center here. It's called the Abstract organization, and that's because abstraction is so important in our lives, like in everything that is taken to mean, right? Like from the thinking process to physical abstraction, extraction from the earth. The term for the extraction of groundwater is abstraction. There's a paper by Paris Marx about the abstraction of climate change, meaning the obfuscation of climate change, like through abstraction, through language, right? And of course, in computer science and in AI, abstraction is a central concept. So there's plenty people better at it than me, but I try to provide kind of the keyhole, the frame to the abstraction is this multifaceted thing we have to think about. We have to think about how shitty the discourse is, the public discourse in terms of abstraction, right? Like when people fail to abstract at a sufficient level of complexity to cover everything, to cover all the anomalies, we have a very crude, very regressive discourse, a lot of culture war stuff, people talking past each other. And part of my identity is as a leftist, right? Politically as a leftist. So I think abstraction is much better on the left. Cernicek and Williams are a couple of leftist scholars who write about abstraction. If you look at the Verso book, Inventing the Future, that's sort of also something that turned beyond to this kind of discourse, to thinking about abstraction. And, what is metamodernism and what is hypermodernism? These are higher order abstractions based on postmodernism, which is based on modernism, right? So there's a sort of just iteration, right? Which I think, computer geeks and whatnot can really understand. Like we're entering, increasing abstraction. And I think millennials feel this very saliently too, because we're born into the internet age, more or less. And, you just see that the world seemingly is becoming more complex, but that's because it's becoming more and more abstract, more and more in our heads. Work and labor is more and more abstracted from physical labor. So, there's more service jobs, there's more more of a knowledge economy, and there's more automation. So we're just being thrust headlong into that future where there's increasing abstraction, and yet people don't know how to think. And ironically, throughout education, and I think my public education was pretty decent, at no point was I taught abstraction explicitly. Right. So this is why it's kind of my orienting principle. The principle of abstraction in computer science is about parsimony and kind of distillation. And so what you're looking at on the big screen here is what I call my hypertext book. I sometimes call it a blog, but it's not really a blog because I'm not like updating people. I'm not doing current events. It's more like book chapters of this sort of high concept book. And so I've written quite a bit about metamodernism. My latest piece, actually, which I'll get to, is metamodernism and the left. That's what I think. I think metamodernism stems from leftist discourse, from leftist thinking, what that means in the contemporary sense, socialism, progressivism, broadly speaking. But a lot of people who come to this term, and a lot of reactionaries are drawn to metamodernism, to different online spaces. They don't do the readings or whatever, and they're not really good faith in the conversations about how this discourse evolves. So I've tried to like continuously kind of foreground, like, oh, there's all this research, right? Like, what the fuck is metamodernism? Well, you got, if you really want a big picture, go read 300 articles. But that's just one way in, potentially, right? Like in terms of pop culture, Bo Burnham and stuff like that is naturally called metamodern. It's very meta, and it's post satire, or it's informed naivete. It's kind of new romanticism, pragmatic idealism. These are some of the concepts that inform this discourse, and there's it's so hard to break down into a catchphrase, because there's different expressions, right? There's artists doing it, there's scholars writing about it, and then there's scholar, artist, activists trying to do it all. So where to begin, right? So I would try to direct people to my hyper textbook here, to kind of get the big picture. And so this was like a very short blog post that I meant to frame this literature list. And I will say, like, I haven't updated this list in a long time, partly because there's not really a demand for it. And that's part of the irony of contemporary discourse around paradigms and social science and stuff like that. The discourse is very superficial, and there's still not a lot of academic interest, even though many of these are like journal articles. Right. So I like to have this spreadsheet to foreground the complexity. But when it comes to funding and research and interest, there's very little to sustain it. But this is what it is, right? I always try to return to the source material, but also metamodernism is whatever we make it. So for me, the source material starts with this. I did a series called Missing Metamodernism, where the major schools of thought in metamodernism, which are academic, completely omitted these sources, whether it was a conscious choice or kind of neglect. It kind of disrupts what would otherwise be a more accurate and revisionist approach to what metamodernism is. At any rate, like, I think the more you take in all these sources and the more you historicize and kind of learn about history and what the turn of the century kind of signifies in a socially constructed sense, the meaning we attribute to it. Y2K, right? That meme, for example, which nothing really happened, but it didn't stop that meme from disrupting markets and making a bunch of people crazy. And then you have 9/11, which I've talked about and written about, how that kind of shapes millennial worldview, and also kind of it set the tone of politics for the next couple decades, right? Which is why we kind of live, one of the reasons we live in a hypermodern hellscape. And one of the previous speakers was noting how cyberpunk and solar punk are kind of maybe sister ideologies, which I think that's a valid point. We can view it in negative terms, how they're contrasted, but also in positive terms, how we're thrust into this situation where we have to kind of try to reconcile all that difference, right? But I think it's useful to, go ahead.
Can I make just a small correction? It was cypherpunk, not cyberpunk. Although,
yes, correct.
It still applies. Now that you mentioned it, that's an interesting part.
Yeah, thanks for correcting me, because I remember now that it said cypherpunk. I thought you said cyberpunk, yeah, I mean, so solar punk is typically attributed to be part of metamodernism, and naturally, I would say cyberpunk, or whatever distinctions we want to make with cypherpunk, could be part of hypermodernism. But either way, the internet plays a central role in metamodernism, like the way Vermeulen and Van den Acker formulated it, coming about at the turn of the century. Turn of the millennium too, with the emergence of the internet, right? And so we see with that the opening up of knowledge and discourse, but also a kind of closure. So there's increased polarization because people have access to so many more bad sources of information. So so what else? So I've written about what I call the Dutch school, right? That's Vermeulen and Van den Akker. And I think that's a good place to start, but it's not the starting point, if you know what I mean. Like, I'm glad that they published this book, but as I noted, these other sources, I've Borgman, Gonzalez, and particularly what I just call black metamodernism, right? That's a whole thing left out of the discourse, and this is one of the key areas where it would converge with left politics. So you know, and you know, like this talk, I guess, is called like what the fuck, like, because like people are still trying to figure it out, or they're disinterested. Like, people still write about postmodernism somehow and have never come across this in their research. So there's endless ironies here. And I guess and I wrote about metanoia in this book, Dispatches from a Time Between Worlds, which is like sort of a symposium of metamodernism, where a bunch of scholars get together and try to figure it out. The real tragic part about this is like it was very, very poorly organized and moderated, and many of the authors didn't talk to each other. The editorial process was a mess, and there was a lot of, I'll call it hegemony, kind of liberal centrist hegemony, to kind of say, oh, this can't be a leftist political project. You know, we need to pontificate a little bit more and make this a little bit more, you know, tepid, so more people can get on board with it. Something silly like that. But you know, since the next session is a panel, and we're going to be talking about crypto and Web3 and stuff like that, I'll try to incorporate some of that into my session here. So I opened like a dozen links of different sources. I'm not going to go through them all, but I just wanted to like show the titles, like, what would Karl Marx think about crypto? So I, you know, very advanced research method here. I just Googled leftist critiques of Web3 crypto. You know? And the irony for me is like, that's so easy to do. You know, it's like Google critiques Jordan Peterson. Like, you want to fucking learn and break your brain if you're a right winger, just do that. And very few people do that. And you know, I'm exposing myself a little bit because like all these leftist critiques, which like I've loosely followed the discourse for the past 2 years. I've partly tuned out because it's just so stressful, and it's so exhausting to try to have debates with people when they're not even literate in the basic critiques that are out there, and can't answer the questions like, well, is crypto a left wing or right wing or transpartisan or post political? Like, and when will it actually start to benefit like ordinary people, or the people that it's promising to benefit? Or even for myself, from a selfish point of view, when am I going to see the benefits of crypto, with or without me, quote unquote, investing in it? You know, so I say that to say, like, I'm not super up to speed, but like, for example, here's a guys that I like, Left Reckoning, that I watch from time to time. And so they've talked about, you know, the scam economy with Matt Binder, Bitcoin origins and banking unbanked. And my point is not to get into the details right now, because we're sort of short on time, but just to say, like, there's not, like, I don't see enough crossover still. So like, there's plenty of critiques coming from the New York Times, which sucks, but you know, Jacobin, what do we have here? The Economist sucks, but it, you know, they're still, you know, showing a debate, foregrounding critique, and a lot of the hype of, as many have pointed out, the hype of NFTs, crypto, whether it comes from celebrities who don't know anything about it, or political pundits. It's just exhausting to not see enough crossover. So like the blockchain socialist, I think is doing good work. Very likely, I myself don't even keep up with it enough. But like, if there's not crossovers with Left Reckoning and stuff like that, then there's a missed opportunity. And if I'm to keep it sort of framed in terms of metamodernism, like, and movements, like, what are, I'm always asking, what are we doing to converge the biggest movement and to weed out the anomalies of these different discourses? And if we're talking about crypto and blockchain and Web3, how do we know we're not just papering over problems or kind of accidentally like converting each other, and will it dilute the critique to get leftists on board? Because my view, not that I'm against it all, I don't think you can stop the kind of march of technology, but politics comes first, or it has to come first. And again, like one of the previous speakers made a similar point. Sorry, I think it was Unipuff, but I was sort of half attending here. But like that, there's in these online spaces, there's so much confusion about politics and political discourses. And like one of the spaces I like, which is left leaning, is Michael Garfield's Future Fossils. And they produce a ton of great content and commentary, but then there's also like the fringe stuff that I critique and I oppose politically. One thing of which is UFOs, another of which is NFTs. Like Michael Garfield, without much success, I think, like tried to advertise his own NFTs, and he's a great artist, right? So I think he was just trying to expand his sort of his appeal, his scope, and try something new. But it's like, when you're doing that, when you're pushing it, you're not as open-minded as you think, and there's no room for critique. And NFT, never mind Web3 stuff, which is broader, but NFTs, to me, it's quite evident that it's just a like very speculative pyramid scheme. And I just got forwarded this documentary this morning about the connection with the Bored Ape NFTs and Nazi ideology and 4chan and all that kind of, trying to meme or trying to troll as a kind of MO, and trying to meme and manifest different things into existence, whether it's money or like Trumpism. But it all takes us further away from politics, right? To come back to abstraction, all of this language and conversations and discourses is abstracting us further away from politics, and politics is already deeply abstracted, deeply obfuscated, and it's very hard to get close to a true policy. The closer you get, whether it's like on gun control or abortion, it's like there's going to be an army mobilized of keyboard warriors and of voters who are just doing the bidding of these really nihilistic kind of oligarchs, the Republicans namely, but also Democrats. So I didn't even touch on everything but I just wanted to like show a bunch of links and also kind of survey the audience here and be like, and ask like if there's any that you haven't seen, like, so like what what is surprising in a talk like this, when like I just bring up all these random critiques and what is expected, and sort of, I just want to use the rest of the time to discuss that and open it to questions.
Yeah, for sure. Like metamodernism is such a complex kind of philosophy. It's impossible to compress it in just less than 20 minutes, for sure. And I think like having exposure to a lot of different sources, as you're doing right now, is a good way to say like, yeah, look how much stuff there is. Like it's not about just defining it in a sentence. It's about getting into the whole cultural sphere around it. Oh, that's nice. You're very savvy with that stuff. I like it. And I mean, there's we get a question, it seems, in the chat. Let's see. Okay, so Scribblebytes asks, Brett, what would you say to people like Bezos and Zuckerberg concerning their role in this hypermodern hellscape, as you put it? Maybe as culprits, I would assume.
Well, sorry, what's that about? Culprit?
No. Maybe I would assume like this question's this question tries to frame these people as culprits in constructing this hellscape. Maybe.
Yeah.
What
would I say to them? And that's an interesting way to put it too, because like these sorts of people are by definition so unapproachable and exclusive, like, and when any journalist or anything does get in the same room with them, like it's highly filtered. And I mean, look at Elon Musk and what happened lately. It's kind of case in point. Elon like bills himself as a free speech guy, and then when his workers, many hundreds of his workers, mobilize collectively, like lawfully and ethically, to kind of critique him and protest things he's doing, he fires a bunch of them. And then you have Jordan Peterson celebrating it, like good riddance. Like, so it's just part of this like narcissistic chain of a hyper capitalist functioning. And what would I say to Bezos and people like that? I'd say, well, your company doesn't need you. Amazon could be a public utility, and at this point in its evolution, I think it could and it should be. Like, I use Amazon because it's the most efficient, practical way to get things delivered to my door. I also use Starlink, but like these guys with their almost infinite wealth, I'd say that contributes to their brainworms. It contributes to them being hated universally across society, and ultimately it impedes their ability to do any good work. So that, and yeah, give me all your money or go fuck yourself, I guess. But also, never mind what we would say to them. What would we say to the cultures that enabled it? The hero worship of Elon Musk. And actually, I saw that Vinay Gupta is going to be on the panel, and he likes Musk, and so that could be a point of contention here and of debate. But of like, what about the capitalist culture and the financial abstraction that enabled the super wealth of these guys over the past 10, 20 years? And what about the electorates that that voted for it, right? So everything's political and everything's connected. And I don't know what else I can say about that without talking for another hour or so.
Fortunately, we'll have a whole panel afterwards, so keep these thoughts for later. I didn't see any more questions from the YouTube. I don't know if Pete, you have any questions. I certainly think I have one.
Muted.
Yep.
You're talking.
No, I was just checking if there are any questions on Discord, but there aren't.
Yeah. So, do you have any of yours, Pete?
Not really. I was trying to think a bit more about the questions for the panel that's coming up next.
Yeah, it seems we're all saving our powers. Except for me, probably, because I'm gonna ask questions anyway, and probably we don't have enough time to actually respond to that in any meaningful way. But Brian, would you say that metamodernism as a movement, as a philosophical framework, is inherently left-wing oriented, or if there's a tendency or momentum towards that?
Yeah, 100%. And just to bring this back up here, metamodernism on the left, like, so I titled it Metamodernism and the Left, because this piece is not about a metamodern left, so to speak. There's a lot on leftism that is independent of what's happening with metamodernism, and vice versa, and sometimes at odds. But as I say in the article, as I show, like, Vermeulen and Vandenacker identify as leftists as much as academics do, right? Like, and this trope that right wingers whine about, that, oh, academia is all leftists. Like, well, of course it is. Of course it is. Like, because it's liberal and it's progressive, and that's where critical thinking takes you. So and I also know, like, Hansi Freinack, for example, that represents a kind of abstract political metamodernism. Like, they're from Scandinavian countries. In the North American context, of course they're left wing. And so the task at hand is all about reframing what the left means for a kind of new political center, like, that, rather than get tied up in the semantics, because people love their team mentality, their team sports. Like we need to transcend the political spectrum, but the way to do that, again, as was noted earlier, is, like, you need to organize politically. And so if we have to pick a side, you have to pick the left. And when I say left, I mean, like, left of Biden, like left of the liberal center. We need to win, and kind of that be the new majority. And of course, like, leftist policies like universal health care, they're already overwhelmingly popular. So we also need to be very careful about those who approach metamodernism and say it's some type of new centrism. Like, get the fuck out. Like, just, we need to unify around the basic language policies like healthcare and minimum wage, or whatever it may be, open access abortion, pro-choice, all this kind of stuff. Like, we need to acknowledge that the debates have happened already historically, and that that our task as whatever we call ourselves is to help the left consolidate and mobilize and have the best platforms and win, and then institute that. And then we can start to, like, or at the same time, like, also be embracing a kind of conservative concern for overcorrection, right? So we're not just going willy-nilly into some sort of utopian dream, but that it's sort of pragmatic all the way through.
All right.
Makes sense. And flowing right into the meta panel. So yeah, what is MetaFest without the meta day? So after all these days of digging into technology and the tooling and the DeFi, refi, NFTs, DAOs, and all that, like, ground stuff, building stuff. So yeah, we need a day to zoom out a bit and talk about the bigger picture a bit more. And that's what the meta day has been all about, and that's what the meta panel is all about. So welcome Vinay, welcome Josh, and Brent. I don't need to welcome you because you've been here for the past half hour, but I'm glad you're still here. Yeah, welcome everyone.
Hey, how's it going?
Going good.
MetaFest2 is still going. This is the 13th day.
Day 13.
Wow. Your stamina
13.
is
Holy
inspiring.
Do you have
This
anything
makes
more?
it sound like there is stamina left.
Do you have anything more to add, Uni, before we get into the questions?
Not really. I think like the last point we've been discussing with Brent was a really good segue to this panel.
Yeah.
Indeed, I have a lot of thoughts.
All right, let's do this thing.
Let's do it. Let's do it. You have a lot of thoughts. Is there something you want to share right away?
It's been how quickly we want to get political, but I mean, I resonated with a lot of what Brent said in his talk. I really enjoyed it. I haven't read too much about metamodernism, but it is something that is like on my long list of things that I would like to read more into, and people have recommended it to me before, so maybe that'll push me to read a little bit more into it. But yeah, I mean, well, just to answer your question about me not being on Rev Left is because, well, I don't really get asked, to be honest, by these types of more institutionalized left-wing media channels. They just, yeah, I think part of it is, of course, like I'm pseudo-anonymous, so like I think that they probably don't take me seriously in that way. And like I think there's this fear of maybe, and I'm totally speculating, I really don't know, but I'm speculating that I imagine like we would, I don't know, that it challenges them in ways that they can't really come up with easy rebuttals to, besides what they say already on Jacobin or on Twitter or whatever else. So I think for them to talk to me in a like discursive way, or like in a kind of debate type of way, it would probably, they feel involved, that they would have to learn more about this stuff, which they don't really want to do. That's my guess.
I want to respond to that because I think all that's true. Those are good observations, and it's kind of the same is true about metamodernism, because, and it was Left Reckoning that that I mentioned, but Rev Left Radio mentioned metamodernism once, which is why I covered that in my piece. But like, I have not talked to David Griscom and Matt Leck either, and they've not talked about metamodernism. Michael Brooks did, or he was starting to before he passed away. But just what you said about broaching topics that are too complex, and need all this literacy, or that, like in the case of blockchain, like it maybe opens a can of worms. I think that's accurate. I don't think it's a good excuse for them. Like I do think they should talk to you and vice versa. But without completely fleshing it out, it could kind of send the wrong idea too. Like imagine if like Majority Report, like if they're committed to a kind of critical line on this stuff, and then they have a nuanced discussion about it, that could kind of open the door to reactionaries and moderates kind of wanting to push it through, and then the progressive aims not being achieved through those things, which is why like it's always good to bring it back to more grounded political commentary and action.
Yeah, no, indeed. I mean, I think that is definitely something that I would like to do. Like I always tell them that I'm open to speak to them, whatever. I mean, just to give like the example of, I believe it was Dave Griscom and as well Matt Binder. I mean, just because I think the left is also very, or a particular part of the left is very like addicted to Twitter, I think, or like addicted to social media a bit, and so it's. I think especially the way that Twitter is designed, like things have to like to fit everything you want to say in a tweet. It has to be like super punchy, so it comes off kind of almost offensively as well. Like when people talk on Twitter via tweets. So like I've only had like slightly antagonistic like arguments with them where we're just like talking past each other. Like it's never about, it's on Twitter, it's it's never about like having really a discussion, or I mean it can be in some situations, but it's pretty rare, and so it sort of defaults on this sort of anger.
Yeah, I want to really quickly mention the Modern Monetary Theory folks on Twitter and the Superstructure podcast, because they're very critical of crypto, and and I think if you get on their bad side, which is easy to do, you know, there's no grounds for a conversation or for solidarity. And I think they I think they should be a little bit less harsh sometimes. If there is opportunity, like on their podcast, they have interviewed Matt Chrisman and Daniel Bessner, but then they just dunk on those guys later on Twitter to say like, oh, they're not part of our left, like they're not, you know. And but I think the MMT conversation is so important, because when we talk about cryptocurrencies, we're talking about money, and MMT is about money, and they have a critique of cryptocurrencies and economy. And so that conversation has to happen and come full circle, and without circling the drain. You know, the MMT left and the small fledgling crypto left need to figure out their alliance. I'll just say.
But, you know, I got to tell you, right, as a, you know, half Indian, half Scottish political radical, all of this stuff is totally irrelevant bullshit in the political environment that we're in, right? It's 50 Celsius in Indian cities that were robbed blind by the English 100 years ago, 45 trillion of assets left, something like $35,000 per Indian, and now they're in cities without running water in 50 Celsius temperatures. And nobody takes this shit seriously. The white left, the white right, the white greens, the white anybody, nobody gives a fuck. And at that point, how can you expect us to take any of this bullshit seriously or care about the fine distinctions? Because all of the Western political movements are 100% for genocide, because they're doing nothing to prevent it, while their civilization enriches itself on the murder of entire ecosystems, including the humans that live in them. You all need to grow the fuck up and stop worrying so much about what each other think. Tell me what you're doing to stop the genocide of the rest of the goddamn world.
It takes collective action, though. Like, it's going to be embarrassing if each of us individually try to trot out what we're doing. Like,
there's no collective
growing...
action faction. There isn't a white faction that says the first thing we're going to do is we're going to stop the genocide. We're going to take such radical action on climate that we will not be responsible for the deaths of hundreds of millions of people over the next 20 years. There's no political party that says that. Not even the Green parties say that.
Well, I mean, I think
there's
they say
no,
it,
there's no, no, they don't. No
commitments.
No commitments. Nobody
right.
frames
the
climate
UN
crisis as being we will not participate in a genocide. Right?
Yeah, but how would we opt out of it when it's a systemic thing that states and corporations are doing? Like, I'm trying.
It's not states and corporations. It's the Western middle classes. Right? It's 2-car garages and uninsulated houses and an all-beat diet and all these other things that we enjoy. Right? You know, this is not something where 15 evil people are ruining the world for their own benefit. The top 10% of Americans have a CO2 consumption of 70 tons per person. Sustainable is maybe 2 tons per person, right? So what I want to basically suggest here is that the Overton window of Western acceptable political debate is confined within kind of 5 inches of let's all have an enormous genocide because we're not going to change our lifestyles. And if a couple of 100 million Africans, Indians, South Americans boil to death, you know, that's the price of doing business, right? And then you get over here to where people are like, hey, maybe we should not commit genocide. And everybody's like, that would be really hard. And then that's where the political discourse ends. We could never get people to vote for not having a genocide. That's really difficult. All right then, right? Because, you know, this is what happens when you wind up with Western liberals talking to Western liberals about Western liberalism, right? Ongoing genocide makes what the Nazis did look like a pop gun. Might be on the scale of Stalin. We could be talking about 100 million fatalities any given Sunday. A process could start that would result in that. Everybody is screaming about a massive food price panic this year, right? And if that starts, we could see failed states right, left, and center, because once people are short of food, that's when the real political mayhem begins. So, you know, I just want to really ground this in, you know, there is a much, much bigger problem than the stuff inside of Western democracies. And even the political radicals inside of Western democracies are still, by my standards, fascist. Right. Has that opened up a little space?
Definitely open it up.
It definitely does.
The first question.
A lot of space.
right? Yeah, and I mean, you know, I'm taking an extreme position here just to kind of make that space, right? My actual position is maybe 10% more extreme than that, but you know, but you know,
I've got no problem with your the language that you use, like calling it genocide. Like if I was to call that hyperbole, you know, you might push back and be offended. But like,
it's not like any white people are going to die of climate change.
No, but like, so I mean, I like it when somebody's more critical than I am and uses that language. But like climate change is very abstract, right? So the so-called genocide,
50 Celsius in Indian cities is not abstract.
Okay. Listen, when I say something's abstract, like it's also concrete. Like it doesn't mean it's not concrete, but the discourse is abstracted. Our awareness of it is very abstract. Like
I mean, look, in the same way that the discourse of German civilians in the Holocaust was very abstracted.
Yeah.
Nobody really wanted to know where those trains were going, and they weren't going to do anything to stop them. You know, that would be like dangerous.
Yeah. I mean, I'm making a similar point, but like climate change is like much more abstract because it's
it's only abstract if it's not 50 Celsius outside. Once it's 50 Celsius outside, it's not abstract. Once your agricultural land blows away in the wind, it's not abstract. Climate change is abstract for Western liberals that live in cool climates. And by the way, the reason you're here. Oh yes, please.
I think maybe you're using the same word, abstract, but I think you're not meaning the same thing here. And this is the point of this disconnect. I'm not sure. I think that you, Vinay, are using the word abstract in a more every day-to-day way, but you, Brent, have a very more nuanced notion of abstract. So I don't think you're really talking about the different thing, or that there's such a big difference in values here. I think that just Vinay is trying to bring to surface this issue of regionality. For example, I'm not I was not born or do not live in any Anglo-Saxon country. I'm not in Australia. I'm not in America. Not the US. Not Canada. I mean, I'm motherfucking Greece, where the 50 degrees Celsius, I can feel you. I can also feel it. It's very real for me in that sense. But I wouldn't say that Brent is not realizing that also. So if Brent, you can speak more to what you want to get at, it would be more useful here, I think.
Yeah. I'm trying to. There's a number of ways. So in one sense, it's abstract in that it's seemingly far removed from people's daily concerns, and that's in agreement with what Vinay is saying about versus vis-a-vis the Western liberals. India is a far off place, and especially like India is a very complex country, and from a Western liberal perspective, you just sort of homogenize it all, and it's all brown people over there, right? So there's that sense, and also, but just climate change being a complex intersection of factors, and also the solutions to it not being a direct kind of convergence, like or correlation, like, oh, if we do this, we'll solve the problem. Like, it's very complex, and also it's even though fossil fuel companies and the middle class as an agent do directly contribute to it. That, when I say direct, that's mediated through so many layers of abstraction and so many objects in the supply chain and so many functions of our social relations as a society. And I mentioned Paris Marx before. He wrote an article, I think I might have covered it, but he used the phrase abstraction about climate change, how it's obfuscated, and I think I wrote about the abstraction of climate change. And so and also Bill Clinton used that phrase. Not that he's right, he's a liberal, but there's a funny interview clip from a Leonardo DiCaprio documentary. Leo's like, why don't you think people get it? And Bill Clinton's like, well, climate change is very abstract. Like, So there's a number of ways it can be.
But look,
meant
this is
there.
like saying the Holocaust was abstract. It's just a way of people hiding from the fact that they're taking no moral responsibility while the civilization.
And I agree. I would agree with that. Like World War II and the Holocaust.
How do I take it remotely seriously when we've got things like metamodernism, which have no stance on genocide prevention as a critical political priority in these times? How am I supposed to respect it in any way, shape, or form if it has no clear and coherent commitment to getting Western CO2 consumption down to the point where you don't kill 20, 30, 50 million Indians a year? Because that's where we're headed.
Yeah.
Right? Because if it doesn't have that commitment, it's just another fascist party.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think for myself, at least, my version is committed to that, explicitly and also implicitly. I think if you pushed other metamodernists, they would concede some territory to that agenda.
Yeah, I tried that. That didn't go so well.
Yeah, you and me both. But you can critique this if you will, but like for me, the Green New Deal is at least one sort of platform proposal. It's very radical in its ambition to kind of consider all of these factors, right? So job security being tied up with like the ecocide and racism and genocide, so there's the American Green New Deal promoted a couple years ago, but also the UN Green New Deal in 2009. So just to contextualize that, the UN is like deeply underfunded, deeply corrupt on different levels, but I think there's good people and good intentions in it. And I think we need a new kind of global governance infrastructure or metastructure or whatever to deal with this. But my point is just like, let's say the UN Green New Deal is the solution and is the anticipation of the genocide Renee is talking about. It's so ambitious that it's politically dead in the water, that it's ignored, that it's neutralized, right? And so this is why my metamodernism sticks to that radicalism, to say like, there's like, if there is one true proposal and it'd be open-ended, and flexible somewhat, but ambitious, like, and the phrase has been used even by people like Bill Gates, like we need a Manhattan Project for energy. Like, of course we do, but politically that needs to be enshrined in a Green New Deal that is like super concerned about people's health and well-being and their relationship to the environment and society.
Maybe.
Yeah, but if I can just add that, I think that this feeling of, at least my perception is that the issue about climate change and people thinking about it and prioritizing why it's difficult as far as like when I think of, or when a normal person, average person talks about their material conditions, they're thinking about how am I going to, reach the expectations that I have to have enough food, to pay for rent, to do all these things. And in a context especially, if you just take the US, but a lot of all the West in general, expectations have been set in a certain type of way to sort of like compiled injustices that have happened over centuries due to colonialism, due to everything else. And so I think, this is also sort of abstraction and sense of like perception of time, that we don't really perceive climate change happening, right now in my immediate material needs. That's, how can I really, like, if, I'm sure plenty of us have climate anxiety, but like, I became a vegetarian, but I have no idea, because of climate anxiety, but I don't think that me becoming vegetarian does, a single actual thing to fix the issue of climate change, right? It's just something that I do to make myself feel a little bit better about it. And maybe that's like a Christian type of based guilt or something like that. But, it helps me, and it helps me like live to, perhaps do something else that creates some sort of greater climate action. But indeed, like there isn't really at the moment a like coherent like group to sort of, the anti climate genocide group, And I think because of this abstraction, I think abstraction can also mean kind of like big in a certain way. Like it's such a big in scale issue that we need a big and abstract coordination mechanism or group, or that can sort of attack that also abstract problem, which on the left usually we call this systemic rather but we don't say abstract, I think.
Yeah, that word systemic, like immediately the image of Andrew Sullivan on The Problem with Jon Stewart going, systems? What are these systems? What are you talking about? And it's so fucking absurd. It's like, Google it, Sully, like, and then we're talking about racism, systemic racism. And that's the irony, Vinay knows this, but the Game B systems thinkers, his eyes go wide.
The reaction,
right? It's like,
wow.
they, how do you not get that we live in social systems and that these things are connected and that they're abstract? That's the blockchain socialist is saying.
Give me a sec. I'm just going to fetch my emotional support machete. Yeah, I mean, the Game B thing, it's literally just white power in a nice dress, right? It's white power in a fucking kaftan. The conversations have been had, the behaviors have been evidenced, we know who these people are. Fortunately, they're totally irrelevant.
Let's hope so. I mean, they still have more followers, for however you want to measure influence, and they have more capital. And despite our attempted intervention 2 years ago, they keep putting out, whitewash after whitewash, like documentaries.
This thing where you saw the recent one where they had I want to say, was it South American or was it African? Some little video game where they had this look, here's our Game B Wakanda. Look, all these people are black. That means we're not racists.
Yeah.
They're going to continue to churn this stuff out, but it's in the same domain as Marie Antoinette used to have a sheep set up, right? She had a little cottage and there were some sheep and all the rest of it. And she would go there and she would play shepherdess. And before she would go over there, they would wash all the sheep with lavender soap, lambs with lavender soap, and then they would fluff them up and kind of blow dry them and print them. And that was what Marie Antoinette thought a sheep was. Of course the peasants are working very hard. Look, they're taking care of their sheep. See how white and fluffy they are. And this is the relationship with the reality that Game B has. Right? If you put those guys in any bottom 2% neighborhood in America economically, and ask them to walk, 2 kilometers down the street and buy a hamburger, 2/3 of them would be dead by the time they go to the hamburger, right? I mean, these people are roadkill culturally, and they can be safely ignored in the same way that we largely ignore catwalk fashion, right? It's just a bunch of rich people in some kind of complex circle jerk, and it doesn't really matter that they continue to get funded to produce the propaganda. Nobody with any brains is paying any attention to it, right? It's just nonsense. To misuse the phrase, right? They aren't even wrong. So, what I want to kind of focus attention on here for a second is there's a lot of work happening in the blockchain right now around regenerative finance, refi. Right? And refi is pretty nebulously defined. It's inherited a lot of DNA from solarpunk. It's also inherited a lot of DNA from the kind of neoliberal approach to climate, which is we're going to buy offset for everything, and it can be economies. And the result, they're pretty technically sophisticated. They've got decent education on climate. They're pretty good at marketing. You don't look at these projects and think this is immediately going to save the world, but they're certainly more constructive than the vast majority of either charities or companies which say they exist to do environmental stuff. So I think there's quite a promising community forming around refi. And part of the way that they've managed that is that they've settled on a kind of, green market economics plus fabulous hippie values kind of a vibe. And it seems to be growing pretty well, and it seems like it's got the potential for being reasonably healthy. So I think it might be worth saying, look, I think refi is really a good place for people that have these values to set up shop. I think it makes much more sense than trying to save a lot of the things that people are fighting for right now. I think it's actually kind of a fresh start, and I think a lot of quite decent things have gone into it. And it does carry with it some of the cultural baggage of the blockchain and some of the cultural blindness of solarpunk and all the rest of that. It's got a little bit of this and that around the edges. but in spite of the fact that the sauces are a little strange, the actual meat of the thing is actually pretty good. So maybe it'd be worth thinking a wee bit about, that kind of refi thing in the available time that we've got. What do you think of that as a topic? Anybody get any thoughts on refi?
Sure. I mean, I not just, maybe like a month or so ago, was at the Refi Unconference, which was an event held by the Crypto Commons Association and those guys. So I did meet a few people who were in refi. It wasn't like the I don't know. I feel like a lot of the refi people are in America, but it was pretty interesting to hear from them. I do think that, at least more in terms of my observations, when it comes to how crypto has a bit, say, co-opted solarpunk, I think part of it, maybe my critique, it might be generally of kind of my critique of a lot of anarchist movements, but it feels, when I hear it from crypto, it feels just more like an aesthetic than it feels like much else. Whereas like the real, the original quote unquote solarpunk is like a anti-capitalist, eco-anarchist, eco-socialist word. Like that's where it originally came from. That's what it is. But like, at least in like online communities, if someone were to mention solarpunk in the context of Ethereum or something like that, they would tell you to shut up. They're not going to take it in these online communities. So there is a bit of, I think.
I mean, that sort of happened after we got a whole bunch of entryist left invaded solarpunk. So there was a pre-leftist invasion solarpunk, which was dramatically open to discussions about technology, market mechanisms. They were kind of proper anarchists. And then there was probably 2 years of online conflict as we got increasingly doctrinaire left folks just invading the space until they'd completely co-opted it and ruined it as any kind of space that had a future. They literally just kept swarming on top of the thing until the ship sank as a cultural force. That's why solarpunk is dead.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I would be interested to. I would have to look more into the history behind the use of the word solarpunk. But my understanding is that it was originally an anarchist term or an anarchist thing.
It was initially very heavily anarchist. So
which is an anti-capitalist. I mean, if we're talking about real anarchism, we're talking about anti-capitalism.
Well, it depends who you ask, right? I mean, if you look at I would say that the Spanish anarcho-syndicalists
were anti-capitalists.
Well, but they were also reliant on market infrastructure, and they operated things like
corporations.
Capitalism,
That's not capitalism.
Well, here we get into what does it mean when we say it's a duck, right? But that form of solarpunk, right? There was a single Facebook group. It was called Solarpunk. It basically got increasingly huge amounts of political conflict until the administrators burned out, and then the administrators passed the admin rights to a bunch of the entryist left folks. And the entryist left folks basically turned it into the same old doctrinaire shenanigans. Then anarchist solarpunk split off, and maybe one or two other solarpunks kind of split off. And then the movement basically balkanized around left and right political lines as each identifiable political faction made their own version of solarpunk, and solarpunk as a uniting force died. That was the end of it.
But then again, I think that sort of shows that, like, X-punk, whatever, a lot of the times these are just sort of aesthetics. Like the reason why you were so easily divided by left and right or whatever it was probably means that it was just aesthetics from the get-go.
Well, I mean, aesthetics, but also political economy, right? So if we say the food comes out of the ground and it's eaten by the people that grow it plus their friends, and the energy comes from water wheels, windmills, and solar panels, and there is no electrical grid and the internet is all mesh networks and satellite, at that point, you may have a left version of that story and a right version of that story, but the industrial base that shapes society, the material conditions, are solarpunk material conditions with political variations within that, right? And once you decide that solarpunk is being kind of pulled backwards and forwards within the, Marxist industrialist left-right axis, then at that point it's kind of hard to talk about this thing from a proper anarchist perspective. It's a very delicate thing to talk about what happens when we change the material conditions, and then we look at the politics after that. Because all of the politics, the bedrock of so much of this politics, even the Spanish anarcho-syndicalism, is that wealth is generated in factories rather than either agriculture or intellectual work, right? So, there's a very complicated and entangled knot there, and there are more solutions to that than every faction gets their own version of solarpunk, right? I mean, that is not really the answer that we wanted out of that. We wanted collective thinking about the material base of society rather than an attempt to split up that vision and for every political faction to then build their own little sandcastle.
I think you can. But I think this is exactly it. Like, but when you say material conditions without politics, that's still just it. Like that, all I'm imagining is just a picture of someone, with their community garden and like, using certain things. If we're not talking about politics, and we're not talking about, we're really not talking about the social production of the material conditions that we're trying to create that are largely represented through imagery of whatever solarpunk is, whatever punk is.
Absolutely. Look, this is where it gets complicated, right? This is all the Latour stuff and science and technology studies and all the rest of that malarkey. Where you put your collective investment shapes the space of technological possibilities that you have to then live inside of, et cetera, et cetera. So in the refi space, right, what we've seen is a kind of shucking off of a lot of the political complexity and the good old-fashioned worship of making some goddamn tokens and then selling them to people, right? There is a sense in which they've rolled up their sleeves and put it to work because the refi people are trying to spin themselves up as the next hot thing in crypto. And with a little bit of luck, that will result in a bunch of greens making a ton of money, and maybe I'll even be one of them. That process, right, what I want to kind of highlight here is that because there is a unifying effort to make a pile of money and to build big running systems that actually do stuff, right? There is a performance of capitalism in one form or another inside of the refi space. In some ways, that constrains what they can do because it's kind of hard to have an anti-capitalist token project. It's not impossible, it can be done, but it's real hard work. But it also means that they are forced to be productive in a way that solarpunk was never forced to be productive, resulting in a staggering amount of internecine conflict and very little actual activity, right? Solarpunk never had really access to capital. They didn't really do very well in terms of social cohesion. They weren't very good at getting collective action, not from any of the factions. There are no solarpunk research villages established as far as I know. Not a lot has gotten done. There is no solarpunk feature film. There is no Netflix special, right? There is no 10-part Netflix series starring, a few famous people. Oh, look, it's the solarpunk show. None of that stuff has happened because solarpunk has failed to really make a mark in the world. The refi thing, I think, is basically the opportunity for a relatively politically superficial but intensely practical version of solarpunk to get another crack at this, right? It's not at all infeasible that the refi movement could finance villages where we go and integrate a whole bunch of the existing technology into ultra-low-cost, high-quality lifestyles. Somebody figure out what fully automated luxury communism looks like in a solarpunk environment. Okay, maybe we can do that out of a refi budget. So I just want to point it out as a really interesting piece of territory and landscape. I think it'd be worth people that have good politics getting involved in the refi movement, helping them see the world in new ways, opening up some additional options. You're not going to change the soul of the machine. These people are still doing this because they want to make a living and they want to take the capital and the blockchain and use it to save the world. It's still in some sense a performance of capitalism. But I think it's in an environment where a little bit of really high quality intellectual input could result in much better, grounded, and much more interesting projects. I think it's a really good scene for people to check out, and I think it's relatively easy to steer into righteous pathways now because it's still relatively young, but you have to accept they're not going to become anti-capitalist in the process in a hurry.
Sure, yeah. I think what I will say is that what was interesting about at least my experience at the conference, which I filmed for my documentary, so solarpunk will make it'll make an appearance.
Nice. Oh, excellent.
But there were a lot of people. There were a lot of actually climate scientists at specifically the conference that I was at least. I don't know if that's the norm at other refi conferences. So there was a lot of skeptics in the conference. So there was like this interesting. But I think the Crypto Commons Association specifically is it attracts more left-leaning and kind of skeptical, open to discussion type of people. So that's kind of why. But indeed, like the difference between, and what maybe my meta critique of the left is that like by relying so much on social media or whatever else, like the only thing that we could do was send messages to each other, and we could have. I mean, you do organize over these tech platforms and through messaging and whatever else, but the introduction of a distributed ledger, it changes the game a bit in the sense that you can start to impart value, or you can begin to share value with each other in particular ways, and with very interesting mechanisms. So like you were able, because they are attracting real money in refi versus just like internet points on Solarpunk forums or whatever. There is an increase in materiality in which you are actually engaging in this movement and climate action.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of it in a nutshell, right? It's a thing that might actually do stuff, and that matters, right? That really matters.
I'm curious if Brent has looked much into refi.
This
So
is the
very
first I've got to look into it. I will just make a quick point about what was said about 5-10 minutes ago about like aesthetics and political economy. Like those are both things that is, but doesn't do a very good job at talking about them together, right? Like I think the discourse on political economy writ large is quite fascinating, and aesthetics less so, but there's a lot to talk about, right? With different cinema, pop culture, and like we're saying with solar punk, like it's an aesthetic. It maps to a kind of lifestyle and a kind of industry without necessarily a clear path, and that's what we're trying to synthesize. That's the kind of liminal edge, so to speak, of like where does political economy and aesthetics actually intersect in a healthy way, and on what timeline, because historicity is a key theme in metamodernism, and that's what we're living through, like this convergence of histories, the like revisionism and historicizing about history. And it makes me think about like the UN. The UN, has said we have kind of 2030 as a deadline to have a kind of global ambitious kind of program to cope with climate change and to scale down our pollution and all that. Interestingly, some sources speculate technology and with AI that popularity will come around 2029. So we have like this shrinking window, right? That's 7 years from this year, from now, to kind of like if both these timeframes are true, to kind of achieve a paradigm shift, and we're all like constructively disagreeing or agreeing, but like the discourse out there, it's incredibly messy, it's incredibly regressive and counterproductive, and often co-opted and dominated by right-wingers who are just making shit up in order to muckrake, in order to gain power. This is the shrinking window we live in, and yeah, I'm just sort of rambling now, but this political economy and aesthetics are kind of the ultimate question, I think.
Yeah, there's definitely this assumed distinction between aesthetics and action. Like there's what's actually happens materially, this is the substance of the thing, and the aesthetics that are like a superficial kind of surface level thing that doesn't have an effect on that, which is not really true. It's a very simplistic, kind of very old school, very obsolete distinction. especially in an internet age where memes can move the world. Where we've seen it happen time and time again. And I mean, how many people got into actually engaging with, let's say, socialist literature, or doing a favor to themselves and reading some Naomi Klein just because they were punk when they were a teenager and because it was cool? Aesthetics matter. And memes matter, I would say, and so we can weaponize memes to actually have political praxis. And Solarpunk, I think, is starting to have this status of a weaponized memes that we can use. And weaponize sounds a little bit intimidating.
Instrumentalize. Let's
Terribly, yeah. But still, to use it in a way to infiltrate the public consciousness and to make these things cool and to have like this whole cultural sphere that somebody can get into and follow, and this can act then as a place where they can be exposed to all this stuff that's actually happening in ReFi, that is actually happening with regenerative action and local action, and this ultra globalization movement that is going on. That is also maybe very important to also mention when we're talking about, not just talk about Game B, which doesn't have any historical situationality, like it is not rooted in any historical framework rather than maybe American politics, which is a fair criticism. But yeah, well, let's bring back, let's seize the memes of production, let's say.
Yeah, I mean, if Game B is anything, it's American, what do they call it? American pragmatism? It's like some kind of utopian variation of American pragmatism.
American pragmatism is deep, though. Like the philosophical tradition, it's very deep.
Yeah. And Game B is not very deep. But if it's anything, if it has any root, that's where its root is. But yeah, I absolutely agree. American pragmatism is a real thing.
Well, it's American exceptionalist too, if that's what you're gesturing at. Like that, it's and it's libertarian, obviously, but exceptionalism is that kind of attitude that we're the best or that we're different, and you certainly get that vibe from the core individuals of Game B.
We lost Brent.
Yeah, he disappeared also for a moment.
He reappeared.
Yeah, I can still see him.
Right,
I still have Brent.
You're here now.
Moving.
Yeah.
You cut off at the last 10 seconds, Brent.
Oh, my audio cut off? Oh,
yeah.
Sorry. Oh, I was just saying we certainly see the vibe from the Game B leaders that they're kind of American exceptionalists. Not like if you pushed them on it, they'd probably give some waffling answer about decentralization, right? How we want African villages to do their own version of Game B, but their lens to view the world, I think, is connected to this American exceptionalism, which says that America is unique, which it's not really, and that it's the best, which it's not really.
Right. All right. I want to bring it back to out of Game B and into we got 15 minutes left. So how do we get out of this mess? How do we stop the genocide, as Vinay would put it?
Well, I mean, it's too late to stop it, right? It's been running very successfully since, World War II, before World War II, pick your window, right? 10 million people a year starve to death in a world that produces 50% more food than it would take to feed the entire human race. The ongoing economic genocide has run for your entire life, my entire life. It's been a continuous process. At some point, the world was rich enough that we could have chosen to stop it, and we just didn't. right? Same thing is true of tobacco. Tobacco kills, I don't know, 10, 20% of Americans die of tobacco-related disease. This stuff is still legal. You think guns kill a lot of people? Wait till you see cigarettes. So, we have to kind of struggle with this collectively as a culture, that there are enormous sources of unnecessary death for which there is no political will to put up any kind of organized resistance. We've got a set of topics that we're willing to shed endless amounts of energy complaining about, and then there are topics which kill 100 times as many people that nobody ever talks about in public. And I think we've got to address that, right? This mechanism that we have where we just don't really want to talk about, like, tobacco and starvation. This is where the dying is really happening. Tobacco and starvation, that's the bad thing. Because we don't really want to engage with that, it's very hard for us to build an evidence-based politics. It's very hard for us to describe ourselves as realists. Each faction decides what part of the world they're willing to deal with and what part of the world they're willing to ignore. And then any bad thing that happens in the thing they're ignoring, neither left nor right in America will make any coordinated stance against tobacco. They're all for drug control, apart from the drug that does all the actual killing. So I think that we've got to start by saying, what does it look like to actually deal with the problems that really exist, rather than the problems which are acceptable to one political faction or another political faction? We've got to get to some kind of grounded reality about where the dying is happening and what we should do to stop it. I'm also really great fun at children's parties, by the way. I'm just fantastic.
Vinay, sorry.
Great. Well, I was going to add that, I think that there, right, the reason why we have not stopped it, I think is not, I don't think it's particularly helpful to think of it, I don't know if that's necessarily what you meant, but to think of it as we just chose not to. The people in the past just chose not to fix problems. I think it's more about a social reproduction of a particular system that prioritizes particular outcomes. And, I call that capitalism, and it's one that is essentially marching us to death by extracting resources out of the earth for profits, for whatever else. And we're sort of stuck in that loop, and we're stuck in these types of social relations that are just very, very deeply embedded, not just in ourselves, but in the institutions in which we are born into. And so we can't, when we're children, you're just given the reality of the world, and you're sort of told to figure it out. And, the assumption when you're born is just that's the world is a neutral place in which, we'll sort of exist in. But then over time, I think there is this abstraction where I think we have not, a lot of people have not, or they have realized but don't know how to react to the fact that we live in a particularly different time than we have ever existed before. And so all of these things that we sort of took for granted, or that are deeply embedded as things to be taken for granted by people generations before us, who could not possibly fathom a type of world that we live in today, we're struggling to sort of figure out what to do with that. And so I think there is this sort of revisionism of history as well, where that these political lines of left versus right, that what the right tried this and the left tried that and they both sucked, and now we just got to go this other different way this third way that I've sort of figured out on my own, and follow me, that sort of transcends left and right. But I think it's sort of an overly simplistic understanding of what happened in history. And I think we have to acknowledge we want to talk about genocide, but we have to, I think, as well talk about the intentional killings of communists, of socialists, of various stripes by fascist forces. I recommend the book The Jakarta Method. The systemic killing of left-wingers in third world countries, with the support of the United States.
Yeah, you bet.
It's
50 years of targeted assassination of left-wing leaders in Africa and South America, for sure. Yeah.
And there is nothing even close to the extent of death of because I'm waiting for some right winger to say, oh, well, the left kills right wingers all the time with their transgender ideology or whatever. There's nothing even close to the amount of killing of the left by the right in world history.
Right, other than the killing of the left by the other left. That's where the real big death toll is, right? I mean,
I think it still pales in comparison. It still pales in comparison.
Stalin and Mao.
Pales in comparison. Pales in comparison from the right.
Stalin and Mao do not pale in comparison to anything, right? I mean, I really know my genocides. Let me tell you, Stalin and Mao, they pale in comparison to nothing.
Yeah.
Not to split hairs, but how much of that was due to famine and malnutrition, right?
We are not going down exactly what happened in Russia and China in the 10 minutes we've got left on this call.
Right.
There's no point in going there, right?
So the only point I would make is kind of the backdrop of the political economy of war behind all of it, and that's not to oversimplify either, right? Oligarchs control both parties. Of course they do, but one's more militaristic. But it's that political economy of war definitely is a factor in the Cold War and in these genocides.
Oh, sure.
And that includes
war's real profitable for some factions in the American machine, no doubt, right?
And that factors into all the ways, including.
Oh, whoever that was, try it again, including something.
Sorry, my webcam. That includes all the ways to kill people, including famine.
Maybe, right? I mean, so I want to make a shout here for a thing called Prout. Anybody heard of Prout? Okay, so in India, there's a thing called progressive utilization theory. It's a weird political philosophy in that it combines a whole bunch of different elements to produce a theory which is it includes class elements for Marxism, it includes syndicalist elements for anarchism, it includes a whole pile of Indian stuff that is nowhere identifiable in the Western political landscape. It's been kicking around for about 60 years, and there's an organization called Ananda Marga, which is a political and religious movement which exists to teach meditation and also teach this thing called Prout. I think Prout is right now a better model for any future political action than anything that's come out of Europe or America. I think it's just flat out better. I think it's dramatically more realistic and more likely to succeed than anything that's built on the foundation of either Marx or Hayek. And I think it'd be really nice if Western political thinkers started doing the hard reading. You're going to have to learn a little bit of Sanskrit enough that you can figure out what they're calling their social classes. You're going to have to learn a bit of Indian history to figure out how it fits into the world. But I really think it might be time to look outside of the kind of dialectical trap that Europe and America have been stuck in since Marx and seem to be unable to escape regardless of what changes there are in the political economy of the world. I think Prout has dramatically more potential for actually working. And I'd really like it if more people had the kind of basics of Prout literacy, whether they're for it or against it. It'd be really nice if more people understood it. So progressive utilization theory. They've got recent modifications, so they've gotten really into bioregionalism over the past while. It's not a static target. They are learning, they are improving, they're changing things as they go. Never been tried at scale, but it has a fascinating history.
All right, I dropped the link for anybody interested. It's on Discord.
Lots of interesting stuff back there. So yeah, that's my plug. I think we ought to take a serious re-examination of Prout, because God knows, this left-right thing, neither pole really has any foundation to deal with environmental issues from, because there were no environmental issues when the left and right positions were defined in their essential forms.
I think that's assuming like a very, very concrete idea of what I think the left and right are, when they are like they're very nebulous concepts all the time, and they're just, they're heuristics for trying to make a broader point, which, I mean, when you're talking about politics, when someone says left, you're saying it to someone else, it means like 10 other different things. To me, I think it's complicated.
There's also something called the open-closed political spectrum, and I think that's an interesting rabbit hole, because open and closed does practically map to left and right, that the left is more open and the right's more closed off, but it also has its own implications distinct from that so we can view it independent of left right, but also that it tracks with that conventional notion.
Yeah.
There's a question which I'm afraid we don't have enough time for with 4 minutes left, but the question is, Vinay, could you explain the basics of Proud?
Sure. So the name means progressive utilization theory, right? And the idea is the goal of the political organization of society is to optimally use all of the society's resources for the welfare of human beings and the environment. They start with a very, very radical position on wealth accumulation, and they suggest that people should only be allowed to accumulate massive amounts of wealth if they get a social license, which is equivalent to something like winning an MBE or being appointed to an order of merit. So they think of wealth as being something where somebody can be bestowed the right to accumulate wealth, but if you don't have that right, your tax rate just rises and rises and rises until you hit a limit at some number of dollars. So they start by basically saying wealth caps, but wealth caps which can be risen by community assent. Extremely radical, not likely to happen anytime soon unless the wealth caps are stratospheric. Then in terms of organizing the economy, what they suggest is basically market-free enterprise, basically market capitalism for small businesses. Medium-sized enterprises then automatically convert to being employee-owned. Large enterprises and natural monopolies become operated by the state. In terms of the state, they don't foresee this as happening inside of existing nation-state boundaries. They're much more interested in quite small patch bioregionalism as being the organizational units of society. And then there's a complicated thing about how they see a succession of classes. Militarism tends to result in periods after the militarism where you get intellectualism. Intellectualism, after a while, you tend to get workers' revolts. There's a kind of succession model, a little bit like Marxist class analysis, but distinct from it. And that's really it in a nutshell in terms of the general story. It accepts that there will be markets. And the part of it which I think is uniquely interesting is that it thinks that the structural problems are largely about scale. They don't think it matters very much if a 5-person company runs on capitalist principles. That's not where the damage is being done. By the time you get to 500 employees, they really want employees to be running the company so it doesn't become oppressive. By the time you get to 50,000 employees, the thing is practically part of the government already, so you might as well take it over and have it be democratically run. And I think that as a model potentially fixes a lot of the problems when we try and regulate structures of very different kinds of influence inside of the same political economy. Right? They're very clear that entities at different levels of scale need to be handled really differently. And I think that there's an enormous amount to learn from that in terms of how we start approaching the hard questions around global governance. So that's Prout in a nutshell. I am not as expert in Prout as I ought to be. I mean, the level of understanding that I have is kind of it's about as good as my understanding of libertarianism or communism. There are certainly people that are real scholars that can take you all the way down that rabbit hole, and they're very happy to do so. Consult your local Anarcho chapter, and they will prout you until your sandals fall off.
Right. Is there anybody to follow on Twitter?
There are tons and tons and tons of Prout folks on Twitter. An enormous number of them are monks in red robes from this Anand-Marga organization. Anand-Marga, I met those guys for the first time in Iceland. I also just ran into a bunch of Hindu monks on the street, where did you come from? Oh, we're Anand-Marga. What are you guys up to? Their aid program in Haiti was they taught people how to make concrete water filters so they could make clean drinking water for themselves and their neighbors, and they could run little businesses making drinking water. Teaching people how to make the filters, selling the filters, and also karate, because Haiti was a dangerous place and they wanted the people they were helping to have self-defense. And I'm like, how much more pragmatic does it get? You guys are awesome. So it's kind of I have a long-standing love affair with them, although I'm not a member of Anand-Marga. They're just kind of fellow travelers in that great kind of Indian fraternity of people that would like the world to be a better place. And we don't really make much of a distinction between religion, politics, mythology, science, and philosophy. In India, those are all kind of the same field. It's not broken up knowledge in the same way that it is in the West. So when you're looking at this Prout stuff, you're going to hit chunks of things. You're like, what is this doing here? And the answer is, hello, welcome to India.
All right. Sounds like an interesting rabbit hole to go down.
I hope you enjoy it. It's nice to see you.
A minute over. And thank you. Thank you, all three of you. This was great. I love the panel. And and I don't know if the next person is already waiting in line.
Yeah, I've contacted Ariella. We'll wait for a bit. So we'll go to the backstage now. Yep, she's there.
All right. Take care, everyone.
All right. Thank you all.
Thanks. That was fun. Good stuff.
Thanks. Catch you later.
Yep.
See you, everybody.
That was fun.
Hey. Yeah, that was intense. Put a dunk to Game B folks who I don't think many deserve that dunk. Many are very good willing, but we seem to have ranted a lot about it in this panel. Getting our
I would love to have a
Hello, can you hear me?
welcome.
Yeah.
Hi. Yeah, sorry about that. I had the wrong link from earlier, but glad it all worked out. Nice to see you.
Great. Okay. All right. So we got Ariella, everybody. And she's a very multifaceted personality, got a PhD doing a PhD in medicine, a Vida DAO fellow, if I am correct.
So I'm a contributor at Vida DAO, which is a little bit different than a fellow. A fellow is a specific program we set up for people who want to apply for a small amount of funding. Such as like students who want to go to an aging conference or something of that sort. And whereas contributors do various things for the DAO, so something that I've worked a lot on is science writing and illustration and editing work. But today I think I'm here to talk about a new organization that I started. Web3, Women in Science. Before that, should I give a quick introduction about my background?
Yeah, you could probably give a much better one than I will. So go for it.
Yeah, so my name is Ariella. By day, I'm an MD PhD candidate at Washington University School of Medicine. And what that means is I've really sold my soul for at least 8 years to do a combined medical program and scientific research PhD program. So while I'm here, it's a very long time to wait to get into, the business and industry world. And when I heard about Vida DAO, that was my first introduction to Web3, and it seemed like a very interesting opportunity to step up my side hustle game and try to see more of what's out there outside of academia. And so that was maybe 9 months ago that I was recruited to Vida DAO. And after that, I really fell down the rabbit hole. The second organization I joined was actually Surge Women, which is an organization that wants to recruit and support women in Web3. And I found it was really, really wonderful to be part of a community like that, a support community. And it made things a lot easier when I had questions about crypto or just wanted the support of a friendly community that was there for the explicit purpose of helping new people, especially underrepresented groups. And so after seeing the organizations in the Web3 and science space, also known as DeSci for decentralized science, after falling deeper down the rabbit hole, joining a few, I noticed that in this space, as opposed to in the academic bubble I've been in, like in medical school, there's definitely not a 50-50 ratio of men and women. For a lot of marginalized groups, they're very underrepresented. So it's not just women, but of course, people of color, LGBTQ folks, people with disabilities and chronic illnesses. I think that Web3 is amazing in opening up a lot of opportunities, but I think it might be lagging behind a little bit on initiatives that traditionally rely on legal infrastructure and guidelines like HR departments and diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives and guidelines. And I'm not sure, we still have we're still so early, and there's a lot of things that need to be done. But after being part of these DeSci organizations and organizations like Surge Women that were trying to tackle this issue in Web3 in general, I thought that I could sort of combine these two principles and try to help my little sector of Web3, which is in the science and medical sector, get more diverse. And so that's why I started Web3 Women in Science. It's named so that it's impossible to mistake what the organization is for. I'm a very literal person. So like the name suggests, it's for women in science and also allies of women in science who want to support us to come together and make connections, learn about the Web3 world, help each other join organizations, as well as hopefully incubate and start our own organizations. And there are a lot of plans for the future. I think, right now we are really just starting out. We only officially opened our Discord to the public a couple weeks ago and launched our website, but we have a very strong leadership team now of about 10 people plus a few moderators in the Discord. And we're trying to evaluate the best legal framework and business model for the organization, and power through despite the sudden drastic downturn of the crypto market and all of the sort of contraction of the communities that we've seen. But I'm personally quite hopeful that this contraction of the markets will weed out a lot of the noise that we've been seeing, and that when we get through to the other side, there will be organizations left like ours that have a strong mission and aren't just relying on a hype model, and that in the long run, it'll be for the best. Although in the short term, it is a little bit difficult to start a new business in this environment. So we appreciate your support in helping to promote our movement. Was that a good introduction? Do you have further questions?
That was an amazing introduction, I would say. Very detailed. Thank you for that. And it seems like the organization is very, very new.
Yes.
And it's interesting to know, although maybe we could talk about it a little bit later if you have to present something about the project, about how it is to actually build in this specific time when the market is down, where funding is very difficult to have, when a lot of people are very pessimistic.
There's definitely some pivoting that we've done. I think when we were first conceptualizing this community, a few months ago, this was sort of peak NFT hype time. And we were thinking that an NFT as membership to this community would be an excellent model to get funding off the ground. And that would be a great way to onboard people with also cool art, as well as all the benefits of being part of the community. I think that we are still planning on doing that in the future, but like I said, we're having some discussions about alternative business models for starting out, especially grant funding, and looking into a legal structure so that we might be able to accept donations as a nonprofit entity. So these are all talks that we're having now, partially inspired by the new market dynamics. But I think, like I mentioned before, one of the reasons, or I'm not sure if I did, but I think one of the reasons I was originally recruited to Vita DAO is because I have a specific skill set of science writing and illustration. And so I love the creative aspects of the NFT space and the art. And I really do intend to follow through on the NFT at some point, but I want to do it in a smart way. And I think that right now is probably not the right time. And I think that also looking at what Surge has done, they spent many months building their community and putting out really helpful resources and building a strong following and user base before launching the NFT. And I think that that's proven to be a more sustainable model and a more sensible model than these other communities that maybe try to put out an NFT at launch. And then there's not that same trust. And especially in the current markets where trust is so low, I don't think that's a good model for us. So we are focusing on building our community, building functionality in Discord that doesn't require a lot of financial investment, creating easy structured pathways for people to introduce themselves, make connections, share relevant events, use joint calendars, become liaisons for their organizations, especially in the decentralized science space. And in that way, form this looser pipeline where women can come in, have this one sort of portal, and then be able to talk to liaisons for these other organizations without joining 20 Discord servers and trying to find their way. Where the idea is within our server, you will be able to talk to people representing these different organizations and directly ask questions, and then sort of have a buddy already there for you when you go and you maybe do eventually join their Discord server, or join their Nets community call or something like that. And then we'll also be standing by for support, because one thing that I've noticed, not just in the Web3 space, but also as a grad student, is when you're coming into something new and vulnerable and you only have your, what we say in science, N of 1 experience, or basically like you've only been yourself once. You haven't gone and entered grad school 10 times before, or entered Web3 10 times before. So it's very hard to know what's normal, what's not normal, and what to do. So I think it's really important to have these support communities so that you can go to someone and be like, hey, this thing happened to me, and it seems a little bit weird, but maybe it's normal in this space. Like, can I talk about my experience here and then get some advice? And I think that for me, that would have been extraordinarily helpful if I had had that coming in. And so I'm trying to just draw from my experience and others' experiences to create that network, that support system, so that people can get into this and in a safe way. Because Web3 can be so unsafe with all of the scammers. So they can be safe. And also, if anybody does end up being victimized, either by scammers or, in the case of marginalized groups, discrimination or harassment, that there will be a support system of people that have a basis in this space already to be there for them and offer advice. For now, advice is cheap, but in the future, I think, financial and legal support, that's sort of the long-term vision for this, is to really be a one-stop shop for all of your support needs as a marginalized group in Web3, and then eventually become not marginalized is the hope.
Yeah, it's pretty refreshing to hear this, actually, creating this social net. Because DAOs and blockchain communities have this now, would say, obsolete ideology in terms of trustlessness, which has informed the designs of the organizational design in DAO so far. And it seems like we're entering a new design philosophy now, where we have seen the mistakes of the past. And I would say that's you're entering into this weird period, but you have all the amassed knowledge and wisdom of previous organizations. You know all the failings, all the lessons learned. So there's also that.
Yes.
And I think this is something that everybody who's trying to start an organization right now should also hear. That we got a lot of knowledge that you can draw from.
Yes, I mean, no one does it right the first time. It's perfectly natural for the first iteration of something to have issues. That's part of the growth process. And, it's really important to have these hubs where people can compare past experiences and issues and learn from them. Otherwise, as you were saying, you have people come up and, repeating the same mistakes of the past with little opportunity to learn. And I think trustless, these sort of buzzwords in the blockchain space, trustless culture and a non-culture. I think that it's an interesting new frontier, but I don't think it completely solves the issues. Certain things are trustless, of course. If you can read a smart contract and you know exactly what it says and you have that training, then sure, you don't have to trust anybody because you can read it plainly. But a lot of people, that doesn't really work. And I'm one of them. That I cannot read the smart contract. I need to trust somebody else to have read it and told me it's safe. Trust whether it's OpenSea. I have to trust that whatever they've set up is probably fine. Or whether I'm joining a new organization and they've set up a special site where their own website where you can mint their NFT. I can't read that. I just have to have, been in the community and make sure that it's like a friend of a friend and that I've achieved a certain trust level. So I don't think we've achieved trustless. And in terms of just a non-culture, which is sort of the other big buzzword that you'll hear, I've had people say that due to the potentially anonymous nature of Web3, that diversity, equity, and inclusion aren't issues. And I think we should really all know by now that that's just not true. First of all, we don't even need to debate theory to just go in and look in practice. If you've ever been to a crypto conference or watched one online, I mean, it is a sea of white male faces. So it's really unarguable, though people will still try to argue it. And the people ask, well, why is that? You can just be anonymous. You can be anybody. I mean, it just doesn't really work that way in practice. For one thing, in terms of getting recruited in the first place, that's all a network effect. And when you have people setting it up, that especially in the initial Web3 era, in the DeFi era, that it's mostly these tech bro networks and finance bro networks, that those are going to be the people who are OGs and and they go to their friends, and then you have a culture of all the power is centered on these networks. And then the more philosophical issue that I take with the anon culture is, I don't think the best way to achieve diversity, equity, and inclusion is to make marginalized groups invisible by, just trusting that you can interact with your profile picture as an ice cream cone and a pseudonym. That's true, but I think that it's okay to want to express yourself, including all of your identities, and still be accepted. And I don't think the only way that women and people of color should be able to thrive is by making their identities invisible and letting people assume they're probably a white man. And of course, it doesn't even really work, because once you get to a certain stage, you end up having meetings like this, and then you can plainly see, who I am. And we should never create a space where people are afraid to have a Zoom meeting, because it will be revealed that they're from a marginalized culture. But yes, sorry. I don't know if we still have any more time, but if we do, I'm happy to answer any other questions. And if we don't, then thanks for having me.
Yeah, we do have time, and I don't know if you have time.
I
do. Because we also have a panel afterwards.
Right.
So there's plenty of time in that, so that
Great.
we can keep on expanding this conversation.
Sounds good.
So
Yeah, I mean,
I hope you'll be there. I don't know if you. Sorry, I didn't.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I guess the connection was delayed.
Yeah.
But yes, I'm here. So if you have another question,
right.
shoot.
All right. So yeah, more like a commentary because I don't see any questions in the chat right now. But yeah, trustlessness and anonymity have a time and place and should not be used in any circumstance or for whatever reason in this space of Web3, especially not for building a community. I mean, this is the part where, I mean, anonymity can exist, and we have a lot of anonymous people in metagame too. But yeah, there's this issue that there's stuff that is hidden. It has to do with an identity, that has to do with marginalization that should not be hidden at that point, because if you also see the people that are in this conference, you also see like a very disproportionate amount of white males from maybe English-speaking countries.
Yes.
So it is not about just talking about these issues. It's about just accepting that we have a problem, like and talking about it openly. And it's very nice to see that there's initiatives like yours that are trying to open up this discussion and have this building this aspect of a network also, because of the way you described it as having all these people from all these various places in Web3, which sounds like I don't know if you have designed it as a sort of delegate system, something like that, but for a community. But yeah, it sounds like these networks of discourse and action are opening up.
Yes. Let me comment on a couple of your comments. You brought up some really good points, most recently about delegation, and I do think that once we get some more trust, then we want to open up more financial avenues. Like I said, the NFT, but not just that. With funding and trust, I hope that we can pursue a sort of Web3 evolution of a union where we can have delegates and meta voting. For example, if we own tokens from certain organizations that are, in the science and Web3 space or mission-aligned organizations, then without people having to leave out the safety of our community and go and purchase tokens on their own, we could set it up where being a member of our community gives you the right to participate in so-called meta voting, where you can vote using your NFT of our community as like a one NFT, one vote, and then whatever wins with that vote, the delegate would then go to the original organization, that DeSci organization, with the tokens we have in our community vault, and vote for whatever the meta community decided. And so that's definitely in the plans for the future. But like I said, we want to start off with community building, and then after amassing trust and hopefully funds, get there in the future, because that kind of thing requires funds and trust. And the other thing that you commented on was, which I thought was a very good point, which is not only this predominance of white male, able-bodied people when you go to conferences, but also that everything has largely been in English. It's like a preponderance of English speakers. And I think that's an excellent point. And I do want to make our community accessible to people who don't speak English. That's definitely also in the roadmap. We have moderators right now who speak Portuguese and Spanish. And I speak Japanese, and one of the things I did for VitaDAO was getting a few of my Japanese colleagues to come in and help me put together a large explainer article about VitaDAO to put out to the Japanese community and create a Japanese language chat in the VitaDAO Discord channel. And I know Serge is doing a lot with Spanish-speaking contributors and making Spanish language Web3 articles as well. And I really hope that we can expand that more in the future. It's hard for me to do personally with languages that I don't speak yet. But I hope that as we amass more people and more moderators that speak these languages, that we can make that a priority. Because I've seen it de-emphasized in a lot of communities. And I don't want to follow that trend. I want to have a section of the Discord where people can have specific language chats. And I also want people to feel like they can respond to comments in their native language, because like in any chat, because honestly, you can just plug it into Google Translate and it might not be perfect. It might sound a little bit silly, but there's no reason why, if someone wants to write a comment in or a question in Chinese on the server, why I can't just copy paste that into Google Translate and respond in English and say, you know, hopefully Google Translate can approximate my response into Chinese and go back and forth that way. I mean, it's definitely been done and I don't have any opposition to that. So if anyone listening to this, well, I guess you kind of have to speak English to understand what I said. But if anyone listening to this knows somebody who wants to participate in the server but is worried about not speaking English, tell them that I do not mind in the slightest if they want to go in and speak their own language or want to initiate a chat specifically for their language. We will definitely welcome that. I think you're muted.
Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, the translation issue, translation work is really important. It's one of the, I think, unique characteristics of Web3 and organizations in Web3. You wouldn't see it in normal corporation, not in the way that you see it here. And it's also a way for people to get into contributing in an organization. It opens up space for work for new people to enter, and it is also spreading this thing around the world, which is, it has been captured for sure by an English-speaking not only language but also mentality. And this, I hope this translation work will open up the also the cultural differences that exist between people and be more inviting towards them.
And so, you know, I want to say that this English language issue is definitely not Web3 specific. I think we all know that you know, English is dominates a lot of different spaces out there. And specifically, if we look at scientific research, like, which again is my realm. I know from experience, I lived in Japan actually for 4 years and, you know, worked in a Japanese medical center. And in order to get a PhD at that university hospital, you must publish a scientific paper in an English language journal. And everybody knows also that it is possible to publish in other languages. So you do occasionally see things even on PubMed like, oh, this is in Japanese or this is in another language. They published it in another language journal, but it is everybody knows that if you want to have like a real publication that counts on grants and that will be disseminated worldwide, that you must get it in English. And it's actually a huge barrier to people in countries that don't have a very solid English-speaking population. That was actually my job when I lived in Japan, was to write all their papers for them. So maybe this is something Web3 can help with as well. Maybe it's a topic we can discuss on the D-Side panel, which is, I guess, starting now because I see Eugene. Hi, Eugene.
Hey, Ariella, how are you? Good seeing you.
We were just talking about the issue of a language first in the Web3 space and then in the science space, and how it can be quite hard for people who don't speak English. But I'll turn it back over to the moderator.
Yeah, seems like we're waiting for one more person for the panel to officially start. There's also Josh from DeSci World, but it seems like we don't have Josh here yet. So maybe we could start or continue the conversations we already had, Ariella, until Josh comes, but I'm not sure where Josh is at the moment. So I'd say if there's something on your minds that you want to discuss, especially given our conversation with you earlier, make sure, feel free to open this up again.
Well, I want to give, maybe while we're waiting, we can give Eugene a chance to introduce himself. I've already done so because I was the previous talk, but just the super 30-second recap is I'm an MD PhD candidate. I fell into the Web3 rabbit hole about 9 months ago when I was recruited as a science writer and illustrator to a biotech investment DAO. And now just very, very recently, I've launched an organization, Web3 Women in Science, which is extremely literally named, so it should be obvious, but it's for women in science who want to get into or are already in the Web3 crypto blockchain space, so that we can both recruit women to the space and support women in all ways once they get there. And I'll turn it over to Eugene.
Yeah, thank you, Ariella, and thank you for the work that you're doing. Because yeah, I mean, segueing slightly to the previous question that was being brought up, right? Science and Web3 are both very male-dominated, white-dominated, English-dominated, etc. So thinking of all the different pathways to make sure it's actually more globally representative is very important, both for Web3 and for DeSci specifically, which has the negative of both pulling from Web3, which has its diversity problems, and from science, which has a ton of diversity problems. So it's a doubly bad starting point there. But
yeah, I call it underrepresentation squared.
Yeah, that's sadly a very appropriate name there. But yeah, to give a quick intro on my side. So hi, everyone. I'm Eugene Leventhal. I am the head of operations and outreach at the Smart Contract Research Forum, or SCRF. If anyone was checking in the stream yesterday, I was presenting on decentralized research centers and some of the work that we do. So I won't belabor in too much detail. Feel free to check that one if you want to learn a little bit more about the nuances of what we're working on. But in short, we're grant funded. We don't monetize. We're not tokenizing. We're not doing any of that. We get grant fundings and we use that money to either hire people to build the operational infrastructure to bring together more research networks to help advance Web3 research, or we're trying to directly deploy that funding to researchers themselves to kind of fill the gap in some funding needs that they have. We're not trying to be a multi-million-dollar funding agency. I mean, we're grant funded. We don't have that kind of runway. And our goal is not to do research ourselves. Our name is a little misleading. Smart Contract Research Forum sounds like we are ourselves researching smart contracts and putting it on a forum. Really, only the forum part of that is on point. Everything else is slightly misleading there. Smart contracts is one of the many topics that we cover. We just care about anything Web3. But I personally fell down, and hey, Josh, I personally fell down the Web3 rabbit hole back in early 2016 and worked on a DAO project to try to help focus on community crowdfunding for local communities in New York City, where I was at the time. And suffice it to say, little too early to be building DAOs, no tooling around then. But yeah, happy to share about any of that more as it makes sense. But I know Josh just hopped in, so I'll pass it off to Josh to do an intro.
Hey, Eugene, thank you. So yeah, hi, my name is Joshua. I'm the founder of DeSci World. DeSci World is a community infrastructure platform for the growing space of DeSci. I'm super stoked to be here. A little bit about myself. I've kind of been doing, like Eugene, DAOs for a couple of years now. Not quite as long as Eugene though. Not quite as OG as that. But so I typically actually come from DeFi. I've worked on a few DeFi DAOs. I worked on the Assange DAO. I was quite influential on that. But yeah, I'm laying my hat on DeSci at the moment because I think it's probably the most important space, coupled with DAOs. The conjunction between DAOs and DeSci should be a catalyst for change over the next 5 to 10 years.
Great. Thank you all for being here. Now we can officially start this DeSci panel in MetaFest2. And I want to open up this conversation by going fundamental, by asking each of you, what do you think is the need for DeSci at this specific moment in time? And what are the problems that you maybe probably faced, maybe personally, that motivate you to be in this space, either build, either communicate, either share the word around, and what makes it a necessity in terms of life experience? I would like to know what's behind. So everybody who is an answer ready can go on.
Yeah, I don't mind starting.
Of course.
Yeah, cool. So, I mean, look, DeSci is decentralizing science, right? And science is a huge, huge field with many, many applications. It means a lot of things to a lot of different people. You know, science isn't just the experiments that we do and the products that we make. It's the way we sort of understand and learn about the world around us. So decentralizing science covers basically everything. If you want to, you know, it can cover pretty much anything. But to me, what decentralizing science means is like essentially bringing science back to its sort of original purpose, which was this pursuit of like the natural truth, right? It's the world around us. We're trying to understand it. We're beginning to understand it like more than ever before in history, depending on which historians you ask. You know, the gains of this science are accumulating in a sort of corporate capitalist fashion, which makes sense for efficiency, makes sense for, you know, the world we live in right now. But there's a lot of problems with that. There's a problem with the incentives for scientists, the incentives for people to get science produced, funded, and whatnot. The idea of DeSci, to me, is to sort of break down those corporate barriers and sort of return the power of science back to what it was meant to be, which is to sort of understand and discover the world around us. If that helps scientists in the process, if that helps people in the process, then fantastic. But this kind of marriage at the moment between science and corporatism is a bit of a gross thing. So the quicker we get rid of that, the better, in my opinion.
Awesome. Yeah, and it seems like today, especially, we've had a more nuanced, critical conversation about these issues. We had some people who either identify as being in the left or are enacting policies or ways of thinking or building in a way that tries to bring a more equitable future or present, given how saturated our world has been from this big techno-feudalist kind of Lovecraftian monster that has been on top of the way we've built organizations traditionally. So it's nice to see this convergence of topics. And I would like to hear you, Eugene, or you, Ariella, and what your motivations are. Okay, I'll give it to you, Ariella.
Oh, no, I said Eugene can go first because I was just.
Oh, all right.
But then I'll go after.
Okay. Sounds good. So yeah, I mean, right, I guess the initial question was kind of getting at like, what is DeSci and what problem is being solved? And I think there's a lot of different ways to take that question. I very much hear Josh's response. And I think, right, a different angle is also in the time and point in history and the other momentums of trying to adjust this. And where does Web3 fit in, right? Because DeSci should not be looked at as this brand spanking new thing of like, whoa, we just started thinking about how to improve science. That's nuts. It's like, well, no, people have been doing that for a really long time, and we shouldn't neglect them or forget about them just because they might actually not care about Web3, but actually look at it very negatively. And so there's a whole element of the DeSci community. And I know I've spoken with both Ariel and Josh about this offline of like, well, what are the pathways to have these honest discussions and not pretend that we know the solutions as well? And that's where my own view, and this is actually came up in a conversation offline yesterday too, but the idea of like, we're kind of now with DeSci with what DeFi was in 2016, 17. Like, we are years away from really understanding product market fit, models that actually work, applicability of what's happening. But there's so much energy and momentum. There's so many folks, and I think Ariella is much closer to this than Josh and I myself, given that she's actually in the world of science and going through, medical PhD programs, et cetera, right? I know so many folks in that PhD track who are so upset and disenfranchised and just like, this was supposed to be the most intellectually fulfilling 5 to 7 years of my life. And it was in certain ways, but it was also the most soul sucking. And like, it totally left me devoid of like where this actually leads. And so I think for now, at least from my own perspective, and like what I really want to contribute to is just being like, hey, open scientists, hey, non-Web3 scientists, I'm not here to shill you or sell you a vision that may or may not be true. I just want to say that like there's a new camp of people who want to fight the good fight with you, and let's all link arms and do it together, because that actually maximizes our chance of solving these massive problems. And as Josh alluded to, the problems of knowledge, right? These aren't like minuscule, like how do you tweak that a little better? Or how do you like A/B test the design features? Like, how do we as a species do knowledge better? And like, that is a huge problem that I don't think any one group will ever solve. Like, we all have to work together. So for me, the biggest problem right now is how to maximize the binding forces between anyone thinking about these problems. Because and especially recognizing the bear market, because the sad reality is, folks like Jocelyn Pearl and Danny Lee and some others put together this great graphic on the DeSci space. Sad reality, 90% of us aren't going to be around in 3 years, thanks to the economic market we're turning it to, right? So how do we actually maximize that we are all working towards an end goal and not towards our own egos? And for me, like, that is the biggest problem right now for us.
These are both such great answers. Yeah, I think it's a good transition to me when you were talking about the soul-sucking PhD. That is currently where I'm at. Like I said, I've sold my soul to at least 8 years in the combined MD PhD program. So I'm experiencing training on both those fronts at the same time. I'm at the midpoint, which is traditionally where everyone gets super jaded and like apathetic and kind of hates everything, and I am no exception, unfortunately. It is really hard, and I think that we're all on the same page, which is we might not be able to say for certain what the solutions are going to be, but I think we can all say for certain that there are definitely problems, So there's that saying, don't fix what ain't broke. I think science and medicine is very broken right now, and it's becoming very obvious. And I think a lot of the contributing factors are that we're basing everything on extremely archaic models. So for scientific publishing, we're largely using the same systems that have been used since literally the 1800s, and nobody has decided that maybe we should do things differently now because, the internet. And I think Eugene's point also about how DeSci is not inventing open science is a good one. We're standing on the shoulders of the progress the open science movement has been making, and the rise of things like preprint servers for scientific publishing, which is removing these ridiculous barriers to publishing your research, being the totally subjective gatekeepers that are these for-profit journals that somehow walk away with all of the profit, despite the fact that they did none of the work. Literally, they didn't do the science. That's the researcher. They didn't write the paper. That's the researcher. And they didn't review the paper for accuracy. That's the peer reviewers that they basically force to do volunteer labor for them so that they can build a good relationship with the journal so they can publish. It's an absurd system. And then grant funding is also an absurd system. I naively assumed that when you write a grant, that then after you get the money, you do what you said you were going to do in the grant, and that there'd be some kind of accountability. And then I got here and everyone's like, oh yeah, just write this. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to do that. And they're saying, but it sounds better. And nobody checks. Pretty much nobody does what they say they're going to do in the grant. And I was thinking, this is just mind-blowing. Like, this is completely normal. You walk into this with idealized thinking, you know, oh, science is going to be done systematically. You're going to publish all of your results, even negative results. You're going to apply for funding in a very logical, objective way. None of that is true. Everything is terrible. And last thing, because I don't want to ramble too long, from the patient side as well, both medical student and a patient. I have chronic illnesses. I'm in the hospital quite frequently, and I'm part of organizations like Crowdfunded Cures trying to overturn the patent model, which is also ridiculous. You would think that the driving force for developing new therapies would be whether they work. That's not the driving force at all. The driving force is how much money you can make off of them. So those misaligned incentives mean that if you want to make a drug that would be a drug or some kind of nutraceutical or any kind of intervention, and you want to get it through trials because you really think that it's going to help people, if you can't get a patent on it to raise money from, you know, a pharma company or an investors, it's never going to happen. That's not what people care about. And on the flip side, you can create you can take an existing drug that's already profitable, try to tweak one molecule that maybe makes it a tiny bit better, maybe it doesn't, but you can hype it up as if it does, file a new patent, and then try to get everyone to prescribe that, which does work, even though it's the same as the old drug, which is now off patent and available for 100 times cheaper. But everything, especially in the United States, is part of this medical, pharma, industrial complex. And it sounds like a conspiracy, but it's not a conspiracy theory. This is literally just the status quo of how everything works. Okay, I'll stop my rant now, but the point is, there are huge problems on all sides, and I don't know the solution, but I think that Web3 has the potential to provide the tools that would be needed to surmount what has seemed to be insurmountable levels of problems and crises. You know, it's been really hard to get over all of this, this inertia that we've had for these archaic systems, and maybe this is the kind of revolutionary spark that we need to actually make a difference. Because I haven't seen anything else that seems like it could have it. So I don't know whether it will work, but it's the best chance that I've seen, in my opinion. That's my rant.
Amen. Wow. Yeah. And you have seen it with your own eyes. You have experienced the problems. And for example, I will also be a PhD candidate, and I am very worried. I'm very concerned. You know. Exactly. To some people, it sounds like, whoa, it's amazing, you know. But I'm like, I know what I'm getting to. I know the trade-offs. I know the sacrifices, because there are sacrifices. And I haven't even experienced the full extent of them, because there's also the psychological issue of this soul-crushing thing that you have been explaining, trying to explain to us. Yeah, I'm not sure about this at all, and this seems to be a driving force for a lot of people in DeSci. This dissatisfaction with how academia works, with the status quo inside academia, in STEM, and in the sciences in general. I mean, I come from a more humanities background, although it was about science always, and I've studied also science. I've studied cognitive science, but still, I haven't felt this pressure of being in a lab, trying to figure out how this new machine that nobody else knows how to works, and being the last name in a publication, and thinking this is success, and your career is moving forward. So I think these are foundational issues that people in DeSci are trying to basically escape. And it's very interesting to see this experimentation, this newfound creativity that was also always a part of science, which we seem to have forgot how important it is, and settled for incremental progress rather than more, we could say, like Thomas Kuhn would say, a revolutionary science and a scientific revolution. And I think that if a scientific revolution is to come out of somewhere, I think it would probably come out of DeSci and this experimentation in terms of form, in terms of the methods, in terms of mindset also. This could also, yes, Joshua, you wanted to comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on what Ariella said about, I can't remember the exact word you used. It wasn't inertia. It was the blockers, right? The fact that there's these blockers in that basically we're not changing the way things have been done since the 1800s. You just mentioned it, that we're doing this incremental change. Like incremental change has kind of been the form for the longest while. You know, incremental change is fine, change is good, but we kind of got to this point where incremental change has continued and halted for about, arguably for about 45 years since the 70s. A lot of stuff happened in the 70s that basically just stopped the progress that we were having in many fronts, just stopped or reversed and went in a negative direction. And that's across not just science, most of what makes humanity right now, finance, science, politics, all of it, birth rates, you look at it. The same thing happens in science, right? And it is, in my opinion, not something that just happened randomly, and it's not something that can randomly unfix itself. It is a structural choice to stall like this, to keep, as Ariella said, what about the internet? Well, now that the technology for the internet actually exists, the change that the internet can do is so revolutionary, right? Things had to remain the same. The power had to be controlled. The power had to remain concrete, because the change, when the real change from the internet and the people was allowed to run free, it would just get out of control, and the power structures would just cease to exist. So we are in this sort of moment where 50 years ago, it was decided that we're going to stall. Society is going to stall. All the gains that we continue to make are going to continue to accrue to a small amount of people across the whole of society, and it's the same in science. And we need to, unclog that drain, for example. The pressure is building on the other side. It's been building for 50 years. We're still stuck with this clog drain. Second we release it, poosh, can you imagine? That's the scientific revolution that you're expecting, right? And yeah, I just sort of wanted to jump in there because you both mentioned it. And I just kind of want to make the point from my personal point of view, that this is not just something passive that just happened. This is an active effort from our end to decentralize, but an active effort from the other end to maintain that status quo. So I just thought it was quite important to say.
I agree. And I want to also say, I think it's this interesting interaction between, we have these new Web3 technologies that are rising, and at the same time, we have this dissatisfaction, which is quite the euphemism for the emotions I've been seeing, this dissatisfaction that has been peaking as well. I think we're reaching a breaking point. And you can see that if you kind of observe trends in academic Twitter and other social media. I see people daily, established professors even posting screenshots of where they've said they've responded to requests for peer review for scientific publication and saying, my consulting fee is $200 an hour, pay me or get lost, and that would be unheard of before. Just people are just done with it, done with being taken advantage of. And then on the pharma R&D side, you look at the graphs of the cost to bring a drug to market, and the graph is like this, and we've hit a point where it's a breaking point. Like, it just can't keep continuing like this. It's unsustainable, and something is going to need to change in the systems that we are using to do this. It can't keep going the way it's going. So I think the rise of both those trends at the same time are making a perfect storm for DeSci to maybe step in and time it right and do the revolution correctly. Because what we don't want is to just say, like, no more journals, no more science. Like, no, we don't want that. There needs to be some sort of creation. But I think that the timing might actually work out really well here if we can play it right, recruit the right people, keep the incentives aligned. And it's really heartening to be on panels like this. I'm quite fond of both Eugene and Josh and their ideas. And so it's really nice to hear from fellow community members and be on the same page about this. And I'll be following their work very, very closely to see everything they're doing as well. And I actually have to run because I have to get to a meeting in 5 minutes in person. So I'm going to have to ride one of those little scooters. But thank you so much for having me. And I'm going to let you guys continue the conversation without my further ramblings. So,
Bye, Ariella.
No ramblings at all. Thank you for the additions, Ariella. Great seeing you.
Great seeing you. Bye.
Thank you for being here, Ariella. Your perspective has been very enlightening.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
And just to build on what Ariella was just mentioning, I know one thing that I've generally been thinking about, and I think Josh, you brought this up with sort of the internet parallels and how that was going. And especially, I don't know how many folks are, like tech history nerds here, but if you look at the actual like cypherpunk movements in the beginning of cryptography, and, there was like the government run cryptography, and there was like these rogue scientists who were like, no, cryptography is for the people. And, like put in a rogue scientist, they were at IBM and massive corporates, but like they kept pushing it through, and there was like a battle between corporate and government, like fascinating history. But anyway, if you look at like the actual like cultural boards, and this is pre-public internet, so like TCP/IP based boards in like the 80s and whatnot, like all the cypherpunk mailing lists and everything, and then you look at what happened via the tech boom, right? It's insane how disparately far away from each other they are. And what this last boom cycle, let's call it starting at DeFi summer, which was summer 2020 for those who are still very new to crypto, all the way through now what I am personally expecting to be one of the worst economic situations that the world has seen in the last century, right? Forget about crypto specifically. I think that what's happened in the last 2 years perfectly paralleled the internet. Where like there's been so many groups and I got so many people pitching me, and I'm like, oh, so you're just recreating all of the problems in society on a blockchain. And like you think just because it's on chain that we can just recreate all the same incentive structures around capitalism, and especially people from like the corporate angle of just like, oh no, well, we just don't want to miss out on this financial opportunity, so we literally want to do our thing on a chain. And it's easy to just point of like, oh, well, look at those enterprises and they're the bad guy and they're trying, right? But then if you actually delve into the world of governance research and realize that while cooperative structures have been around for millennia in some shape or form, we are still, our knowledge and experimentation relative to what we need to confidently say of like, here's a model that works in this context for this kind of solution is not great yet. And like, we still have so much room for improvement. And that's why I think that any Web3 application domain, DeFi, whatever you want to put in there, we still need so many years of focused learning on governance and tokenomics and incentives, because as of right now, I don't know if anyone here listens to either Richard Wolff or Lex Friedman's podcast, but Richard Wolff, who's a Marxian economist, was just on Lex Friedman's podcast. And I just thought he had a couple of articulations that really got to the point of like, are we just letting the same problems creep into Web3 because so many of us who are building, and I work at a public goods, like we're not monetizing, but like it's only even 1,000-fold when you're at a place with a token where you want it to go to the moon. And even if you're in it for the right reasons, you check your account frequently, right? Like I get those impulses, and like we all inevitably play that way because we are confined to our living meat sacks, and we have basic needs of jobs and foods and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know, it's a thing that's just been much more on top of my mind, both for DeSci specifically, but also for all of Web3. Like, are we doing enough of a good job keeping ourselves critically honest to ensure that we're not like, let's delay how quickly it happens, but make sure we do it right, as opposed to let's just rush to solutions, and then the wrong one can end up being the billion-dollar solution, right? And then we can just lose control of it, and the mainstream is still all the same problems, just on chain, and it's these tiny pockets of like, but that wasn't the point. We wanted to do it different. And it's like, but who cares? It's a $10 trillion industry already. So like that, and I actually think the bear market right now is the right. I'm actually weirdly thankful for it, because I think it's going to push out most of the noise and the garbage, and it's going to leave the people who ideologically want to see the world change and are willing to put in the time and energy to try to build the systems for that.
Can I jump in?
Yeah, of course, you really can.
Yeah, so like, firstly, I completely agree that the bear market right now is a great time. As Ariella said, for DeSci, it's a good opportunity for DeSci to do its thing and try and make a statement in this particular period. I'm a little bit more optimistic in the adoption rates of crypto during the bear market. I think the prices are going to go through the floor, but I think that actually might serve crypto better in a sense. People might use it more. But yeah, this point of like, we're building this inner society, right? This entire decentralized landscape is born out of this society. So that, like, everything we build is going to be a parallel of what's already built. You know, so Sam and FTX have already bailed out half of the biggest lenders that cocked up. You know, Ariella was saying about how certain patents can be sort of slightly changed and then redeployed. Well, we've been doing that with, you know, 35 Olympus DAO forks, and you know, every time something new comes out, there's like 20 forks of it, and people still buy it. So this is going to be the case, in my opinion, for the whole period, right? There's just got to be this core that is willing to build despite the noise, is willing to contribute and make these mistakes. And Eugene, like, the Smart Contract Research Forum is going to be, hopefully, I expect, like a core thing for making this actually viable on a large scale, on a you know, nation state scale, if you want to take it that far, right? And this is what we need to do, is that we need to be in this situation to do these experiments. We need to have, you know, okay, fine, if someone wants to do their altruistic investing and go and get a bunch of money from the market and come back and do it in an altruistic way, great, but we can't rely on those people, right? So we've got to build these things by ourselves. And I personally don't get too upset about the bullshit around, because it's going to be there, right? It's just, we've got to do what we know to be right, and try and get that keep going. But yeah.
All right, and Eugene, since Joshua gave the shout out to Scurf, don't feel too humble to say about how Scurf will fit into this and how it solves these problems.
Yeah, and I will never be using such terms as solves, because we are running experiments to
solves.
see. Yeah,
yeah, solves are. Yeah.
That is for a more overly confident personality than my own. Terms like solves make my insides start quivering of like, I don't have the future vision to say such things. But no, I get what you're saying though. And so from our perspective, right, like the way we're thinking about Scurf, right, what is the goal of Scurf? What is our mission? Our mission is to advance Web3 research, right? Super specific. I'm sure no one's ever heard of something such a mission, right? So it's like, well, what does that actually mean? How do you operationalize something like advancing a topic or advancing knowledge? Like what does that even mean? Because what does it mean to advance? What is knowledge, right? Like you could get real philosophical about all this real quick. But at the end of the day, for Web3, there's people producing knowledge, and then there's people building. And as of right now, they're much more siloed than they need to be, right? At the end of the day, our starting point was that people building frequently don't hear about research that is hyper relevant to their domain area. And anyone who's been in DAOs for more than the last few months probably recognizes, especially if you knew what a co-op was before you show up at a DAO, of like, aren't you just telling me about what a co-op is, just with a fancy blockchain thing that I don't really understand? And when you said that in 2016, the frequent response was, WTF is a co-op. And right, like that shows a huge gap. So in our mind, how do we keep closing these kinds of gaps? And so we are not starting with like, how do we solve like the most audacious problems? Because we still haven't structurally figured out how to solve what seems like relatively easy problems of, here's knowledge, these people need it, how do we get it across? And like, how do you actually systematically do that? And kind of shockingly, outside of single enterprises, right? Like Google has their version of how they do this. Facebook has their version of how they do, right? Companies that build up massive global R&D apparatuses kind of do this internally. They don't open source it. They don't share it. That's that in their view, that's their proprietary advantage for how they conduct R&D, which can lead to the next breakthrough, which is the next trillion, billion, whatever dollar thing. And right, like they are playing the VC game. They exist to supposedly to make money for their shareholders and advance on that side. So why I think, and sort of what I am trying to push towards with Scurf, and I feel insanely privileged to be at a place like Scurf where we all want to go on this journey together, is that we want to fight the public goods fight, the non-monetized, non-tokenized public goods fight, right? Because it is still unclear if we truly work towards chipping away at and changing culture and norms, how wide does philanthropic giving actually get? And I am unconvinced that it is a meaningless amount. I actually think that figuring out what is the upper bound on philanthropic giving, and simultaneously, as people are building Web3 tooling, thinking, how do I minimize the barriers to give money to the causes that I support, right? Every time I transact in MetaMask, why can't I give a fraction of a penny to Gitcoin, right? And like contribute to their matching fund? Why doesn't every single wallet have that? Right? Why doesn't it? And I know now there are actually some ecosystems. Oh man, I'm forgetting the name of this one. That would be a shame. I can't plug them. But like there's one chain that's actually launching, and they're embedding into their protocol that every time a transaction happens, a percentage is kicked off to a public goods fund that the community can then decide what to fund with once a quarter. So there's so many steps that we could take in the direction of just maximizing the amount of experimentation that's happening. And our whole approach, right? Scurf, we have our forum, we have our community, we're doing a peer review experiment where we're paying reviewers to review papers for independent researchers, so not pushing to a journal or a conference. We have our decentralized research centers. We're trying to go super deep and bring together all of the relevant topics around single domain areas. And Unipuff also we're collaborating on that side as well, so can talk people's ear off on that. We don't want to monopolize here, but right, we're just trying to think. And especially reading David Ehrlichman's Impact Networks, and a bit of a shameless plug, we're going to have him in our community call next week talking about impact networks in the context of research as a public good. That book really helped me frame to think about, right? Humans are inherently social, and right, it's all about coordination, right? I love that, the boiling down that the Gitcoin crew frequently does, because I agree with that to a degree of like, what separates humans? It's the coordination. Well, if we coordinate, that means we're doing it with other people. If we're doing it with other people, that means we're in networks. So if we naturally organize into networks, we have to better understand what are the emergent networks versus the artificially created networks, and how do you create a right culture and operational layer across what's there and start filling in the gaps of what's missing. And so, right, I didn't have this language and thinking 3 months ago. So like the speed with which this evolves, and that like we all need to be, right, again, with a binding culture, like getting to talk to Josh and to Uni and to Ariella and to everyone else, and one-on-ones and group convenings and conference, right? Like this is all such an amazing mind meld. And one of the big open questions is like, we're having this great panel today, that gets lost today besides anyone who watches the stream. So what's the layer of incentives that we can create on existing events to capture the discussions of those events on a place like Scurf, so that if you're, let's say you just heard this panel and you're like, hey, that was super cool, I'd actually love to write a blog post about it. What if there was a big structure like that for every Web3 conference? Like that's something we want to explore in the future. And like, how can we create more capture of existing knowledge, and then the methods of sharing those? But I'll stop there.
Oh, that was an amazing speed run of so many great ideas. I don't know where to start. It's a lot to unpack, but it seems that the thread behind all that is this public goods infrastructure that is that innovation is focusing on that right now. And it seems like science is the most relevant, maybe, human activity to actually apply it to, because it was the OG public good from the times of Francis Bacon and George Boyle and the empiricists who tried to open up the method of sciences and take it up from the alchemists who wanted to enclose it into this weird language. Like from the history of modern science as it started in the 17th, 18th century, it has been this battle to open up knowledge. And so it seems to have also been inside the fundamental philosophy of the cypherpunks and the open source movement that took from this long history of science and opening up knowledge. But it seems like if there's one thing that especially needs this public goods infrastructure, it is science. And I don't know when we will have a more established presence in science, and if there's gonna be strong enough bridges between academia and this emerging territory of decentralized research centers. And maybe this can be the topic that we can segue into next, this this breeds and how to practically build it.
Can I go?
Yeah, of course.
Sure. So, I mean, if we're talking decentralized research centers in the sense of like a physical laboratory or something like that, that's a really, really awesome idea. But I think we'll leave the sort of physical decentralized research centers to another discussion because it's a big thing in itself.
Of course.
So, for example, DeSci World, right? We're trying to build this sort of community infrastructure platform for the DeSci space, and like it's the DeSci space is brand new, right? So we're all sort of like trying to figure out where we're best placed, where we're most useful, where we should put our hat and contribute to the actual general elevation of this whole space. But for example, for DeSci World, what we're trying to do, right, is we're trying to basically provide an opportunity for people who want to do science, right? To basically remove most of these, in my opinion, somewhat arbitrary barriers, at least to getting involved. Obviously, when you start doing sort of experimentation or you're starting to produce products or pharmaceuticals or whatever, you have to have a level of expertise, otherwise you're going to mess it up and people will get hurt, right? That's obviously unacceptable. But before that, if you have an interest in something that classifies as chemistry or classifies as biology or classifies as archaeology, right? Unless you're doing those things in your school or in your extracurricular tutorage, you don't really get to experiment in them. And it's these kind of classifications which arguably are arbitrary. Like, I mean, I've had a very interesting conversation with someone about the separation of religion, philosophy, and science, right? There's three separate subjects as we all grow up to learn. But there is actually like some truth to be had in understanding them as a whole, right? To understand how the soul, the mind, the concept of who we are fits in with this physical reality that we have, right? So these sort of like arbitrary barriers which stop people from getting involved into the science that they want to get involved in or doing the research that they feel is relevant, they need to be pulled down as much, as quickly as possible to allow this, as you said, Francis Bacon trying to open up open up science to the people. Interesting, you used Francis Bacon as being the person to open up science to the people because it's controversial, but
it is, yeah, of course, yeah.
But yeah, this essentially this is what it is. Science has now been labeled, it has been categorized, it's been dissected, it's been chopped up and put into its little boxes, and that's for a number of reasons. For efficiency in, for example, specialization in your field, that's great. For efficiency in admin, for efficiency in results, great. But people need to feel free to understand the links between all of these different things, the links between different types of research, so the links between different types of sciences. And DeSci World is trying to do basically a very early stage of all of that. We're trying to give people the opportunity to basically come along, express their interest, delve into their interest, learn, and actually get rewarded for it, right? So this, as Eugene said, like, if you wanted to, you listen to this talk and you want to go and write a blog post, what if there was a place that actually incentivized you to do that? Well, what if you wanted to learn something about a scientific discovery that you just learned and you have no idea about it and you want to get involved in it? Well, you can come along to somewhere like DeSci World, get connected, and maybe be incentivized to actually provide value to this space. So I suppose roundabout back to your point about decentralized research, I think the important thing is access to information and access to opportunities and access to incentives, because without a correct incentive structure, you have to go and slave something else. Without access to information, you're clueless. And without access to the actual research capabilities itself, you can't do it. So, yeah.
Oh, there's so much there's a whole conversation that can go on forever, I feel, especially about this issue of how this specific way of opening up science can actually open it up in more ways than just financially or in terms of how we do coordination, but actually open it up intellectually, because this is also a really big issue that is also, tied with the whole infrastructure that academia already has, which is very siloed. But I want to know Eugene's comments on that. And I would also want to have like a prompt, because we have like 15 minutes more. I don't know how deep we can go with this discussion, to maybe talk about the dangers, the possible dangers of DeSci, of how it can go wrong, which I think is something that we should start talking about early on, just not face them at some point. So Eugene, you have any comment into what Joshua said before, and then we can go into this spicy topic.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with what Josh was saying, and I know from our perspective, both in terms of stuff that you and I have spoken about, and just in general, and being excited about what DeSci World is doing, right? When we start these large scale endeavors of understanding knowledge, the importance of mapping what you're actually working with is of a tremendous amount of importance. So I think the fact that one of the aspects of what DeSci World is building, and obviously Joshua, please jump in and correct me if I'm misrepresenting anything at DeSci World, but from my understanding, like one big aspect of it is effectively, like mapping quasi community directory, right? Like incentivize people to want to add to it so that we can actually have a single place to be like, oh snap, there are all the projects. We don't have to guess. We don't have to have some janky spreadsheet that I made that people forget to update and that I forget to tell people, right? Like we can have a real clean product.
That spreadsheet was the beginning of DeSci World, so it wasn't janky. That spreadsheet was the best thing that ever happened to DeSci World.
But it led to something infinitely better than just that spreadsheet, which is the very exciting part. And the other aspect of what they're thinking is, right, like how do you link mapping of knowledge to actual funding of knowledge? And like those are very important, right? And like the way the decentralized research center approach and like the specific way that I'm defining it, right? It's you have to bring together the network of people actually in the middle of doing research or writing about it or whatever, right? The intellectual layer of research review and publication. You have the social layer of people building community around it, media around it, advocating, etc. You have the funding layer, right? Because none of this stuff above it happens without money. And you need ops, because if you don't have a group of people coordinating all of those set activities, then no one ever hears about it, which is a huge complaint that a lot, like I used to work at Carnegie Mellon University before I went to SCURF. Talk to almost any high-ranking, whatever, faculty, tenured, whatever, and they will all give the complaint of like, oh, this doesn't have far enough reach, unless they've already broken through a certain parallel where like all of their research hits the radar of, Wired and New York Times, right? Like, and it's, you have to break a threshold and it's like, ooh, now you're important enough. We're going to keep an eye on you. But if you haven't hit that threshold yet, then who's actually helping your research get out there? So I'm super excited to see this kind of growing landscape of experimentation, because again, these are hard problems and we don't know the best way to solve them. And that's why it always comes down to me for the binding. And like, I hate even when people look at any DeSci project and then SCURF and then in conversation, like, oh, so they're your competitors. I'm like, no, that is the absolutely wrongest way to think about this. And the whole thing, right? If we are stepping away from that old style thinking into something truly decentralized, we are never competitors. We are all nodes in a massive network that coordinates in a single direction, right? Like we are all part of the solution or we're not. And if we're not, that's fine. Let's figure out a way to be part of the solution, because not every idea will be part of what works in the future. And so that's where I think, right, even the idea, I forgot where I heard this, but it was the idea of like rethinking rage quitting, right? Because it's like on the one hand, rage quitting is like, oh, you didn't accept me, F you, I'm out, right? Well, what if rage quitting is, hey, I'm really getting a sense there might be a better way to do this. Great, go do that, and you're welcome here if it doesn't go well, right? Like there's a different way to go about it, as opposed to just like all emotions and like explosion and etc. So yeah, that's a big aspect for me, and that's why it keeps coming down to like we just need to like each other as humans and want to work on the same problem, because that maximizes the chance that we're all actually part of the solution and not playing to our egos. But yeah, and I guess the other part was the transition to more the worst case and where DeSci can go wrong, so to say.
I just want to back what you just said then. Collaboration, not competition, is the aim of the game in Web3, in particular in DeSci. I mean, DeFi, there is only a finite, well, depending if you ask the Fed, finite amount of money to go around. But yeah, collaboration over competition all the way.
Absolutely.
So, Eugene, I will ask you to repeat that question, because there were some fireworks going on right beside me and got me totally bamboozled.
Yeah, no worries. So just making sure the other question you wanted us to transition to for the last 10 or so minutes was more of what can go wrong and that side of it.
Yeah, let's go into that.
Sure. I mean, I feel like we've already been kind of mentioning one of the biggest things, which is we just put all the wrong incentives on steroids and make a $1 trillion problem a $10 trillion problem. Like that wouldn't exactly be the most helpful outcome. I think the actual, right, I mean, I don't know, it depends on how you define the worst case, because Yeah, I think we're going to need to dig into some specific use cases, right? Because like the worst case of a public forum is very different than like, you know, a hardware linked identity solution that links everything and it can, right? If like they get flawed, if they're flawed and get hacked, then like so much of your PII gets disclosed. So I think it also matters, yeah, like what do we want to look at any specific use cases to get a little more specific? I don't know, Josh, if you have any ideas.
Yeah, I was wondering if we should choose a use case for each other. Yeah.
Okay, that could be a fun one. Yeah, you have one in mind already?
Eugene, what's the worst thing that can happen to a biotech DAO?
All right, that's a good one. Put me on the spot with a good question.
Well,
what is the worst?
One. You're going to give me one after, so
I know I got to both think of which a harder one to give you and an answer to the question that's challenging simultaneously. So in terms of the worst case, right? So let's take biotech DAO. What does that even mean, right? So that means a group of individuals that probably want to, right? DAO. What does that mean? It's a group of people managing a shared resource of some kind with collective decision power over it. So what does that mean in the context of a biotech DAO? That means they are probably investing in, like, they are effectively a decentralized venture capital fund for biotechnology. Is that kind of, am I getting that application?
I mean, the typical model would be the investment DAO. They could potentially produce things in-house, but let's go with the biotech investment DAO.
Cool. So yeah, and I guess, yeah, I'm happy to kind of take both of that, whether it's just like funding external or funding like R&D department and actually managing it. Because I think one of the biggest problems with these structures and sort of the untested waters of decentralization, right? For me, I am the part of decentralization that I get very excited about is how do we embed ego minimization into decentralized systems? Because it's very easy to pretend that, oh, well, there's 4 of us on this call. And let's pretend there's 8 of us on this call. We're all in it together. That means we're all kumbaya and equals and this and that. But maybe I'm the biggest extrovert, so I'm going to talk the most and I'm going to be a little more aggressive in my communication. And then all of a sudden, right? And like, there's these natural postures that we fall into. And right, there's our personalities, there's our culture, there's our society, there's cultural conditioning. Like there's so many things that play into that aspect. So for me, a huge concern is like a group of 8 to 10 people who are all drinking the same exact Kool-Aid are telling each other like, yeah, no, that's an awesome idea. Let's keep doing it. And then they like unleash the worst like chemical weapon that they didn't even realize was that. And then someone's like, oh, you just made something that I can go kill 10 million people with available on the internet. And you didn't even see that because you just wanted to see it through rose-colored glasses. So I'm actually worried that like, what are going to be the checks in place to make sure that someone doesn't unintentionally, right? And especially once you start going into like physical lab territory in a decentralized matter, like whatever, I don't want to make this political in any kind of way, but like, right, the idea of stuff leaking out of labs is not an insane thought, right? And how does that measure? Who double checks that when there is no government or anyone in place overseeing them specifically, right? So like, what is meaningful self-regulation in a decentralized landscape look like? And I get very worried of barreling to like decentralized R&D before we understand how do we make sure that we don't actually ruin the world with our R&D. And so like, yeah, that's where I get scared, both in terms of like the over enthusiasm of it, as well as the, well, we're just all drinking the same Kool-Aid. And I'll just give one quick definition. I don't know if they're okay with me publicly quoting them. So I'll just say, someone I was chatting with once gave me my favorite definition of what an ideal DAO is, which is 5 people with a shared goal who hate each other's guts. That would be a great DAO because then they will keep each other in check. But because they have a shared goal, they're not going to be total, butts to each other, right? Like they're not just going to make it a miserable environment. It's like, well, we all want to get here and like, I don't like you individually and we approach things different, but like we're working toward, right? Like that would theoretically be great. How do we avoid just finding like-minded people who look and sound like us who want to do the same thing? Because then we don't even see the potential problems we're throwing into the world because no one's giving us a different perspective on what we're doing. So yeah, I don't know whether or not that was a good answer, but that was the one I came up with. Now to an application for Josh.
What do you think? Let me just comment on what you said.
Please.
The fact that we're having this conversation now, right, about what, basically, Eugene, you just described DARPA, right? A bunch of people sat around, pat each other on the back, not worrying about accountability or any fallout, right? So the fact that we're sat here discussing this, it makes me feel already confident that DeSci is not going to go down the same destructive routes that this centralized system has gone down. So just wanted to say that.
Yeah. And we just got to make sure that everyone's building is still part of these conversations. They don't go off into their own silos and then get devoid of that thinking. But no, I agree with you there.
It seems to be. It seems that there's a willingness to go there, to go into uncertainty, to go into we know that things go wrong. We cannot avoid that, but we're going to make sure that they don't lead to dystopia. So, but Eugene, you can go on. You can put Joshua on the spot now.
Yeah, so I guess in a similar vein, because the one that adds a lot of that I still have least clarity on in my mind, both in positive and negative, is like, what is the actual DeSci future of drug development? So yeah, I would be interested if you have any particular thoughts on how you could see drug development going off the rails in a decentralized
going off the rails. Oh God, yeah. Okay, so like obviously drug development has many different stages. You've got the early stage research, you've got the next stage research, you've got the getting it to production, and then getting it to market, getting it past regulators. For me, I think this is going to be a cop out because it is, but I'm going to go a bit deeper on it. But for me, the worst thing would be for DeSci drug development DAOs to end up basically in the situation that DeFi is in right now, which is to basically have to change the product so that it fits with the regulatory environment. The drug development DAOs that will be springing up ad nauseum, I'm sure, in the next years, they will have to adhere to some kind of like sovereign regulatory environment for drugs, and that is in many ways a necessity. But also, what are we trying to do here, right? For example, right, some of the things that we've experienced in the past 3 years have been at the behest of regulatory oversight, right? Such as your NIHs, your CDCs, your WHOs. In the UK, we have SAGE, all these kinds of things, right? What are we trying to do here? Are we trying to basically just change the gains for the scientists and change the game for like the corporatism of science? Or are we trying to change the game for how basically we interact with, healthcare, how we interact with each other, how we interact with research, how we interact with the paradigm of healing yourself? I want to smoke a joint because it heals my back. I can't do so in most countries in the world, right? This is the point. It's like we're trying to build these alternative systems, but we have to somehow embed them into the existing systems. So for me, one of the worst things that could actually happen to a drug development DAO would be for it to have to adhere itself to the existing system, which isn't serving the people. It's certainly not serving the people that consume these drugs. I mean, look at the opioid crisis in the US and in other places in the world, right? Someone in the DeSci World team, I'm not going to mention, but he has an injury, a very severe one, and he's been failed by the drug development system. He's been failed by the treatment system for most of his life, right? For at least a decade and a bit. And it's like, what are we trying to do? Are we trying to sort of solve each individual point? Are we just trying to make it more efficient? Are we trying to give more money back to the developers, to the scientists? All good things. But how do we fit into this regulatory framework, especially when it comes to something like drug development? Something to think about. I personally would be devastated if we just changed the manufacturing process, made that more equitable, but the actual oversight, the actual sort of regulatory, the legal situation that we are in with medicine and science, if that stayed, I would be devastated. So that's, for me, the worst case.
And I think that brings up some really interesting fodder of, right? Because I know in this Web3 space, we have some wonderfully hardcore libertarians for whom the word regulation is just equivalent to just like murder of children and whatnot. Like, I don't fall in that camp. Like sometimes
we need a disclaimer.
Yeah,
I think there should be
some kind of oversight, right? Whether a government should be the one and overseeing is a whole separate topic. And so like what I pulled out from what you were saying and like gets me excited is a really interesting question that I hope we all ask in some way is, well, what is the decentralized alternative to regulation, right? We're not saying that you either do have everything hyper-regulated or no regulation at all. How do we fundamentally rethink who gets to, right? You were saying like, what is the point of this? What are we actually doing here? Who decides that is such a key question. Like that is one of the biggest concentrations of power in modern societies is who answers those kinds of questions of what is the point of this? Why are we all doing insert massive societal question, right? And yeah, it's just like we should at least be having these conversations and also hopefully not why I appreciate these conversations so much is like there isn't that braggadociousness of like, and I have the. It's like, well, no, we all have our thoughts and leanings, but like let's all experiment together, and hopefully we'll take steps in that right direction. So yeah, the idea of like how do you actually create meaningful, emergent, self-regulatory models within ecosystems, I think is such an important governance question that would actually be a huge unlock for stepping away from the modern broken systems, because a lot of the pushback is around, well, like who will regulate, right? Like it's all going to go off the rails, and the rich people will drive it where they want, and all the sheeple will just follow them, and they don't know any, right? Like if there's actually proven out emergent self-regulatory models, I feel like there's a fundamentally different discussions that get to be had on a very meaningful scale.
My 2 cents. Let's take a closer look at biology, because it has been doing that for centuries now, for millions of years. But it seems like we're heading to a close. Although we started a bit later, so I will leave a bit of space. Oh no! No worries. It's on us. So I will leave a bit more time, maybe 2 or 3 minutes. If you have any closing remarks, anything that you want to give a shout out to, your own projects, your own endeavors, anything that you want to still, you're free to do this.
Josh, do you want to show first, or should I show away and then pass on? Thank you. So yeah, I mean, yeah, obviously SCRF, smartcontractresearch.org, smart contract, whatever, you get it. You can find us online. Come talk to me if you ever want to talk SCRF stuff. I do also just want to plug, there's so many great projects. Obviously, Josh is here from DeSci World. We had Ariella presenting on women in Web3 and science. And like, there's so many amazing projects going on. If you're interested in this intersection of Web3 and science, Twitter, obviously all of Web3, Twitter's active. Check it out. There's a bunch of groups ranging from, the Molecule Vita DAO, Lab DAO family, and like they're going in a specific direction of experimentation. There's the research hubs, there's the DeSci labs, DeSci foundations. There's all these amazing landscape of different kind of projects going on. I know just at the I had another conversation today, and all of a sudden my list of projects actively working at the intersection of peer review and Web3 went from 9 to 10. And it's always amazing how many groups there are in these tiny, narrow pockets. So yeah, and if you do want to actually get involved, there's a bunch of needs on the community side on kind of bridge building across these organizations. Like if you care about science and you care about Web3 and you want to be part of this, there's a great Telegram group we can share. Blockchain for Science runs an awesome Telegram group. They're launching a DeSci dedicated forum, right? Like this is super early days for DeSci. For those who have lived through the DeFi stuff, like I really think this is like the equivalent of being in 17, 18, 19 for DeFi. Like we are just going to start seeing this come through in the next bull run, which might be 3 to 5 years away. So like now's the time where if you want to have impact, head down, build, come hang out. Like there's so many good people in this space.
Amen. And Joshua?
Yeah, amen to that. There is a lot of stuff to look for in this space. So I'm going to show DeSci World for that very purpose. The idea of DeSci World, aside from the community infrastructure that I said, is that we're actually offering free to use platform for basically information aggregation for this whole space. Our official relaunch is July 1st. So you can check out our currently sort of half done staging site at desci.world. It's a nice little taste of what it will come to look like. July 1st, please stay tuned to our Twitter at DeSciWorld, and join our Discord and get involved, because there's lots of really exciting things to come. If you are looking to sort of be incentivized to be in this space as well, come and take a look. You might find something of interest. Yeah, I just want to say thank you to MetaFest, and it's always good to speak with you, Eugene. So yeah, thank you.
Likewise. And I realized I forgot to plug Dr. Jocelyn Pearl's Ultra Rare Bio podcast. They actually focus on DeSci episodes. So if you do want to learn more about the different projects, check out Ultra Rare. And yeah, thank you all for MetaFest. Thank you, Unipa, for setting this up, and to everyone else who helped make this virtual conference happen.
Yeah, thank you for being here and sharing this wonderful ideas. So this was the DeSci panel, everybody. Hope to see you around. And peace out.
Thanks. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
So this brings us to a close, and I gave our guests the time to seal, the time to promote themselves. So it is, I think, the right time to do this also for Metagame. And so I want to let everybody know that we have a Gitcoin round going on. You can go at this. It seems like my screen is cutting. The wonderful QR code I had, but okay, there we go. I will adjust it a bit. There we go. So make sure to check that out. And also tomorrow there is a job fair. So make sure that you are here to sell your project or to speak with other people promoting their open positions. So with all that, a good bye to everybody today. It was a wonderful day. So peace out from Marim.